Make France great again. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376, Reckless Menshkov. I will never shake hands with anyone who hates the Russian Empire. As soon as this remark came out, a gap immediately appeared in the welcoming ceremony, which was a good one. Fudedifan, the foreign minister who was the party involved, shrank his hand back even more embarrassingly. Menshkov wanted to use this move to swear to every Ottoman Highgate present. Even in the Sultan's court, any Highgate minister who hated the Russian Empire would be humiliated and punished by the Russian Empire. After the goal was achieved, Menshkov didn't care about what Fuad Efendi thought. At the foot of the 10-meter steps, he stopped and bowed to Abdul Mejid, who was on the throne of the steps, and said, "On behalf of His Majesty the Russian Emperor Nicholas I would like to extend my most sincere thanks to you, His Majesty the Great Sultan. Greetings." Abdul Mejid looked at Menshkov on the steps. His heart was full of humiliation and anger in Majid's view. Menshkov's remarks just now were not aimed at his foreign minister, but were aimed at Sanghuri and insulting himself. As the king of a country, he has endured humiliation, and now he can't wait to order his loyal subordinates to pull Menshkov directly out of the steps and cut him. Reason told Majdi that if he did, war between the Ottoman Empire and the Russian Empire would break out the next day. The Ottoman Empire was simply not ready for war. Therefore, Majdi could only suppress his anger and smiled at the Menshkov envoy under the steps. "I'm very happy that my monarch brother Nikolai can remember me. That's natural. Our Majesty misses you all the time." Menshkov increased his voice as if he meant something. The high-level officials present had unnatural expressions on their faces. Menshkov's words were extremely offensive. They were really afraid that their Majesty would do something impulsive. Fortunately, Mejid still did not lose his mind because of Menshkov's words, and he kept telling himself to be lenient in his heart. "Please take me to thank Nikolai." Mejid responded to Menshkov, holding back his anger. "I will tell the truth." Menshkov, whose provocation plan failed, could only find another way. Next, Mejid introduced important figures of the Ottoman Principality to Menshkov, including Prime Minister, shrinked version of Grand Vizier, Muhammad Ali, Admiral Mahmud, and Selask, Commander-in-Chief of the Army, Reza Pasha, and Ministers of Foreign Affairs, Interior Affairs, and Industry. Menshkov still put on an arrogant gesture to greet these high-ranking government officials in front of him. Menshkov's arrogant actions directly offended everyone present, and even close Russian factions scolded Menshkov for his stupidity. This welcoming ceremony made all high-level officials recognize Menshkov's attitude, and also recognized the attitude of the Russian Empire behind Menshkov. After the welcoming ceremony, the only members of the pro-Russian faction in the court were also turned into anti-Russian members by Menshkov's cooperation. Menshkov, who knows nothing about the comparison, is still immersed in his diplomatic victory. In Menshkov's view, the Ottoman Empire has completely surrendered to the control of the Russian Empire from top to bottom, and all he has to do now is to pick the fruits of victory. After the welcoming ceremony, Menshkov made a report on the attitude of the Ottoman Empire at the welcoming ceremony, and the report was sent to St. Petersburg in the form of a document in the early morning of the next day from Constantinople. For the next few days, Menshkov quietly waited for the Tsar's reply. Within a week and a half, Menshkov received a personal letter from Nicholas I. Nicholas I applauded Menshkov for bruising the Ottoman Empire, and told Menshkov that he could put pressure on the Ottoman Empire with confidence, and he would persuade the Kingdom of Britain to agree to join forces with the Russian Empire to maintain it as soon as possible. Peace in the Near East. After reading the letter, Menshkov felt that he had been affirmed by His Majesty the Tsar, and he couldn't help but work harder. On March 25th, the special envoy of the Russian Empire, Menshkov, went to the residence of Prime Minister Muhammad Ali. This time the Prime Minister did not stay in a certain room to meet Menshkov like the previous two times, but sat on the sofa in the living room on the first floor and chatted with Menshkov. "Your Excellency Prime Minister, we hope that your country can replace a reasonable foreign minister in the next negotiation, and don't let some unqualified guys sit in that position, which will damage the friendship between our two countries. Sitting on Mohammed, Menshikov, opposite Ali, spoke directly to Muhammad Ali. After hesitating for a moment, Muhammad Ali spread his hands pretending to be distressed and said, "Your Excellency Special Envoy, according to what I understand, Minister Fuad did not do anything out of the ordinary arrive. Fuad Edifan hates the Russian Empire, which is friendly to the Ottoman Empire. Isn't this reason enough?" Menshikov was obviously unwilling to reason with Muhammad Ali, and he snorted coldly, "Your Excellency Menshikov, we must at least have a suitable reason." "Such a reason is too far-fetched?" Muhammad Ali asked Menshikov again in a negotiating tone. "No. Minister Fuad must be dismissed." Menshikov continued to maintain a tough stance. After some tugging, Muhammad Ali photographed the strength of the Russian Empire behind Menshikov, and his own toughness reluctantly agreed to Menshikov's request to report Fuad Effendi. After Fuad's dismissal, who will be the foreign minister? Muhammad Ali asked Menshikov again. "This is your problem." Menshikov said to Muhammad Ali point in terms of his knowledge of Ottoman officials. Menshikov was far inferior to Muhammad Ali. "How about Rifat Pasha?" Muhammad Ali suggested a candidate. "You can figure it out." Menshikov responded indifferently, and then added, "However, before he takes office, he must be interviewed by the interpreter I selected." Of course there is no problem with this. Muhammad Ali readily agreed to Menshikov's request. "I don't have any other requirements yet. If there are, I will come back here." After speaking, Menshikov got up and left. Muhammad Ali also got up and sent Menshikov out of the house. Muhammad Ali, who watched Menshikov leave his back, immediately turned from sunny to gloomy. "What? A complete bastard." Muhammad Ali, who watched Menshikov leave his back, immediately turned from sunny to gloomy. Ali couldn't help cursing. Muhammad Ali, who has been in politics for decades, has never seen a guy like Menshikov, and the two diplomats were completely trampled under his feet. Muhammad Ali, who has been in politics for decades, has never seen a guy like Menshikov, and the two diplomats were completely trampled under his feet. Finally calmed down, called him housekeeper of Greek descent, and he gave the housekeeper an order to invite Fuad Effendi. The housekeeper nodded and left the apartment. After about half an hour, Fuad Effendi appeared in the living room. Muhammad Ali apologized for not keeping Fuad Effendi's place. "It's nothing." Fuad Effendi, who had long expected this ending, faced it with an open-minded attitude, and he said nonchalantly, "I have almost understood myself, since the Russian Empire announced its march towards the Danube Principality. The end. The most important thing now is to win over France. Only in this way can it compete with the Russian Empire. Don't worry, I understand." Muhammad Ali nodded to show his understanding. After Fuad Effendi left, Muhammad Ali called Rifat Pasha, who was about to be the Minister of Foreign Affairs. "Why me?" Rifat Pasha stared at Muhammad Ali in confusion. Now this foreign minister can't be worthy of being a foreign minister. If he is not careful, he will be called a traitor. Menshikov needs someone who is inclined to Russia to be the minister in this position, and you are the most suitable person. Muhammad Ali euphemistically said to the former pro-Russian person in front of him. "But now Rifat Pasha wanted to clarify his current political orientation. Muhammad Ali immediately interrupted. "I don't care what political orientation you are now. You must buy the last time for the Ottoman Empire. The empire needs you." Muhammad Ali's words successfully blocked everything Rifat wanted to say in his throat. After a while, reading www.urkanshu.com. Rifat Pasha said again, "Speak. Let me delay until when?" A smile appeared on Muhammad Pasha's face again. He stretched out 5 fingers and said to Rifat Pasha, "You just need to delay until May and leave the rest to me." "Okay." Rifat Pasha nodded in response. On March 25, Fuad Effendi, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Ottoman Empire, was incapable of doing his job due to physical problems. Now, after discussion with the cabinet of the Ottoman Grand Council, it was decided to remove Fuad Effendi from his post. Pasha succeeds his Fuad Edifan point. When Menshikov receiving the news of Rifat Pasha's replacement as foreign minister, he immediately pulled the interpreter in the embassy to find Rifat Pasha to discuss the treaty point. After hearing from Muhammad Ali that Rifat Pasha was on a mission to Bulgaria, Menshikov could only bring the interpreter back to the embassy. Fuad Efendi, who was reported by Muhammad Ali, was also not idle either, and he did not have to care about any diplomatic influence. Provide limited support to the Ottoman Empire. Chapter 377, Discreet Mediterranean Fleet. The British Embassy and the Ottomans. The 30th of March 1853. Your Excellency Ross, now the Ottoman Empire needs the support of you, and the British Kingdom behind you. If you are unwilling to support us, then which country in the entire Europe can call the shots for the Ottoman Empire? On this day, the former foreign minister of the Ottoman Empire, Fuad Efendi, came to the British Embassy and the Ottoman Embassy to discuss countermeasures with Colonel Ross, the British Chargé d'Affaires. During the deliberations, Fuad Efendi conveyed the status of the Ottoman cabinet to the Chargé d'Affaires Ross with tears in his eyes. Prime Minister Muhammad Ali has planned to move closer to the Russian Empire. All cabinet members in the cabinet, who are close to Britain and France, will be swept out by Prime Minister Ali, and then replaced by ministers who are close to the Russian Empire. The Deputy Military Attaché Colonel Ross, who was sitting on the side of the sofa, listened to Fuad Efendi's description without saying a word, and couldn't help but weigh the current situation of the Ottoman Empire over and over again in his heart. Since December 18, 1852, the British ambassador to the Ottoman Empire, Canning, left the Ottoman Empire and returned to Britain to report his duties. All British affairs in the Ottoman Empire have been entrusted to Colonel Ross, the acting attaché. 3 months passed in a flash, and Colonel Ross also served as the Chargé d'Affaires for 3 months during his time as a part-time Chargé d'Affaires. Colonel Ross dutifully sent the latest news of the Ottoman Empire by telegraph to London, thousands of miles away, and sidelined the candidates for the new British ambassador. However, the British Centre, which is thousands of miles away, never gave a reasonable response to the news he passed on in the past, nor did he send a new British ambassador. This made Colonel Ross fell into a certain degree of passivity. Although he served as the plenipotentiary envoy, although he had the right to handle diplomatic affairs with the plenipotentiary envoy and to make decisions on behalf of the plenipotentiary envoy during his departure, he always lacked the most important aspect of the plenipotentiary envoy. This is the right to deploy the Mediterranean fleet for support. This power was specially approved by the cabinet in order to prevent the delay of news from damaging the interests of Britain and the Ottoman Empire during Canning's tenure as ambassador. Administratively, the commander of the British fleet in the Mediterranean had to obey Canning and conditionally point after Canning left the Ottoman Empire and returned to Britain. The position of ambassador was vacant, and the right to dispatch the support of the Mediterranean fleet was naturally taken back by the British cabinet. As a colonel, Ross has no right to point fingers at the Lieutenant General Commander of the Mediterranean Fleet, whether in terms of administrative system or rank. No matter how Colonel Ross hopes that Britain can intervene as soon as possible, he has no right to order the fleet to defend the Dardanelles. Colonel Ross, who could not force the support of the Mediterranean Fleet, could only choose after repeated weighing, and then decide whether to go to the Mediterranean Fleet Command Malta to present his interests to Sir James Dundas, and then act after obtaining the support of Sir James Dundas. Your Prime Minister really wants to submit to Menshikov? To the Russian Empire? Colonel Ross asked the former Foreign Minister, Fuad Efendi, and he emphasized again, excuse me, if your government surrenders to the Russian Empire, then you are likely to completely lose the most important thing as a country, sovereignty. Mr. Ross, the Ottoman Empire has no chance of defeating the Russian Empire. Instead of letting us face the humiliation of defeat, it is better to agree to the conditions of the Russian Empire in advance. Let the empire suffer less humiliation and retain a trace of vitality. Fuad Edifan spread his hands and said helplessly, don't you worry that the lions of the Russian Empire will take Constantinople as their own. Colonel Ross frowned slightly and asked in a hurried tone. For Colonel Ross, the issue of the sovereignty of the Ottoman Empire is not only a problem of the Ottoman Empire itself, but a problem of the whole of Europe. Once Constantinople was occupied by Russia, the door of the Mediterranean Sea was open to the Russian Empire, and the London Straits Convention of 1841 became a dead letter. The small Mediterranean Sea has already occupied the first and second navies in Europe. The third naval power can no longer be accommodated. After the Russian Empire enters the Mediterranean, it will inevitably lead to the risk of damage to the balance of power in the entire Mediterranean. The Ottoman Empire was the British yoke that restricted the entry of the Imperial Russian fleet into the Mediterranean, which is why Colonel Ross seemed more eager than Foote. The Ottoman Empire is no longer able to resist the invasion of the Russian Empire alone. Foote still put on a sloppy posture and said to Colonel Ross, "The Balkans are now full of voices against the Ottoman Empire. It is like a powder keg. As long as a little spark ignites, there will be an instant explosion and the Ottoman Empire sitting on the powder keg will be smashed. You still want to evacuate the Balkans? No, absolutely not. You can't do that." Colonel Ross couldn't sit still anymore. He said to Foote in a commanding tone, "Once the Ottoman Empire completely abandons the Balkans and Constantinople, it will inevitably leave a power vacuum in this region. At that time, as the Tsar Nicholas I only need to eat hot pot and sing songs, and lead his army, to fill the power vacuum left by the Ottoman Empire. Then the Russian Empire will be able to stretch its bare paws to the Mediterranean Sea from all directions, and Greece will completely fall to the Russian Empire. Britain's hegemony in the Mediterranean will also be shaken, as Constantinople is closer to Cairo than Malta. Mr. Ross, what I'm talking about is what can happen under the extreme most requests. I believe that Menshikov will not be too harsh on the Ottoman Empire." Foote responded lightly, "I know that. I will hope it is an irrational thing to rely on the kindness of the enemy, but the Ottoman Empire has no way to avoid humiliation. Where's France?" Colonel Ross asked Foote word for word. "You shouldn't just ask the British family for help. You are right. We did ask France for help." Foote nodded and admitted, "The French envoy told me that their fleet needs to be prepared for a long time. It is very likely that the Ottoman Empire will make some changes during this time. An irrational choice. Sly French." Colonel Ross cursed fiercely in his heart. He understood that the French were testing their attitude towards the Ottoman Empire. However, Colonel Ross did not know that there was a certain deviation between the information he got from Foote and the real information, and the information obtained by the Russian side also had a lot of errors from the real information. Under the premise of information errors, the conclusions obtained are bound to be different from the real conclusions. Just as Menshikov believed that the French Empire would not hesitate to fight for the Ottoman Empire, Colonel Ross came to the conclusion that France should move in line with Britain, or make a choice after Britain. But the truth is, France, after being fully prepared, immediately launched an attack on the Russian Empire. At that time, the Kingdom of Great Britain will inevitably be involved in the war. Of course, if Ross and Menshikov could turn their attention away from the Near East and turn to the interior of the French Empire, they could easily guess the war intentions of the French Empire. Or, if Colonel Ross and Prince Menshikov were able to exchange information with each other, they could come to a very different true conclusion. However, no one is paying attention to the movements of the French Empire now. How can the two countries of Britain and Russia communicate heart to heart? To countries that are in a state of quasi-hostility to each other will only think that the other is deliberately leading them to misunderstandings, and they are only willing to believe the intelligence they know. This is also the confidence that Foote dared to use means to deceive Britain. Foote's tactical fraud was obviously successful, and Colonel Ross immediately assured the Ottoman Empire that he would try his best to persuade the Mediterranean fleet to provide assistance to the Ottoman Empire to the best of its ability, and maintain the relationship between Britain and the Ottomans built during the reign of Ambassador Canning. "I hope Your Excellency Ross doesn't keep us waiting too long. Otherwise I really don't know how much pressure the Prime Minister can withstand," Foote said to Colonel Ross on March 31st. Colonel Ross, Chargé d'Affaires of the United Kingdom in the Ottoman Empire, left Constantinople by steamship and arrived at Malta, the Mediterranean Fleet Command, on the same night. In Malta. www.riyadh1.com. Colonel Ross met Lieutenant General James Dundas in command of the Mediterranean Fleet. Colonel Ross, who had just met, said straight to James, "Wait. Your Excellency Lieutenant General, I hope your fleet can send a squadron to the Urda seniorize me. I'm very sorry. The Mediterranean fleet cannot act on its own without an order from the cabinet or Ambassador Canning. Sir James Dundas was not as reasonable as Colonel Ross imagined. Your Excellency, the Ottoman Empire needs our help. The Russian Imperial Fleet is gathering in the Black Sea, and their troops are making final preparations in the Principality of Wallachia. If we don't take action, Britain's interests in the Ottoman Empire will be lost. Exactly. Isn't the purpose of the Mediterranean Fleet to protect Britain's interests in the Mediterranean? Colonel Ross tried to make James Dundas understand the importance of safeguarding the Ottoman Empire. It's a pity, Colonel Ross, although what you said is very reasonable, but I can't implement it. The Mediterranean Fleet can only act after receiving the accurate orders from Ambassador Canning and the cabinet. James Dundas still rejected Rose's suggestion. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378, Canning's Decision. Although Colonel Ross's reasons are very good, and he has also been approved by Sir James Dundas, the old-fashioned Sir James Dundas has never made an exception for Colonel Ross. He always believes that the Mediterranean Fleet must be stationed in the cabinet or in the United Kingdom. Actions can only be made at the behest of the Ottoman diplomatic ambassador. Otherwise, James Dundas is destroying the sacred discipline of the British Navy, and the Royal Navy cannot learn from the army. In the face of the old-fashioned Sir James Dundas, Colonel Ross could only choose to wait and see. On April 1st, in the early morning, when the slight sun was rising from the sea level point at the Malta port terminal in the center of the Mediterranean Sea, a steam express ship flying the French flag is slowly approaching from the northwest point. The steam cruise warship in charge of Malta's vigilance quickly approached the steam express ship as soon as it discovered the French steam express ship point. After traveling for about 5 minutes, the steam clipper and the cruise ship met in the sea less than 2 nautical miles from Malta Point. The captain of the cruise ship immediately dispatched sailors to ask why the steamship was approaching the port of Malta. "We are the cruise fleet of the 1st Squadron of the Mediterranean Fleet of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. You have entered the patrol waters of the Mediterranean Fleet without authorization. Please leave immediately. Please leave immediately." The direction of the clipper shouted. In this era of underdeveloped radio, the orders between warships and civilian ships either rely on military semaphores or oars. The former is suitable for short, smooth, and fast delivery of valid instructions, and the latter is suitable for the current scenario. Shouting at a high voice is undoubtedly the most laborious thing, and many sailors are more willing to deal with the opponent with one shot, rather than asking the other party's identity diligently. If the steam clipper on the opposite side is not flying the French flag, then the cruise ship has every reason to kill the opposite ship as a spy point with the French flag flying. The British warship must be handled with care. A little carelessness can lead to an unexpected political crisis after a while. A voice came from the steamboat flying the French flag. "I'm Stratford Canning, the British ambassador to Ottoman. And now I need to go to the Malta military base, with James Dundas will meet." Hearing the response from the steamship on the opposite side, the sailors on the cruise ship looked at each other. They didn't understand why the British ambassador on a steamship with a French flag. One of the sailors stabbed the sailor beside him with his elbow, and reminded in a low voice, "Why are you standing still? Why don't you report to the captain soon?" After the sailor gave an he turned around and went to the captain's room to report. He was walking halfway and suddenly realized why he was asked to report. The sailor stopped and turned to look at his companions behind him. The companion standing on the bow waved at him and signaled him to go back quickly. The sailor could only show a helpless smile to report the news to the captain. "Are you sure you heard correctly? The other party's name is Stratford Canning?" When the sailor told the captain the news, he was immediately questioned by the captain. "I'm sure I heard it right." He said that he was the British ambassador, and he also said that his name was Stratford Canning. The sailor responded to the captain with an oath. "Forget it, I'll go see it myself." The captain who had met Canning decided to go to the boat to see if he was the ambassador he knew well. Under the leadership of the sailors, the captain holding the sight glass set out from the captain's room and quickly arrived at the bow point. The captain standing on the bow saw Canning standing on the bow of the steam clipper through the observation glass. This time, the captain no longer doubted Canning's identity as ambassador. He rushed to the opposite Canning and shouted, "Canning ambassadoring, please come with me." "Okay." Canning on the opposite side responded immediately. Point under the command of the captain, the steam engine loaded on the cruise ship was started again, and the other steam clipper was also restarted. Point the cruise ship and the steam clipper entered the port of Malta one after the other. After the clipper docked at the port of Malta, the wooden stairs were slowly lowered, and a pedestrian passage to connect the clipper to the port was being constructed. Point the family members of the sailors living in Malta watched curiously at the steamship with the French flag flying. After the wooden stairs were completely on the ground, Stratford Canning slowly walked down the stairs. When Canning's feet were completely on the land of Malta, the wooden stairs were once again taken back by the sailors on the clipper. Now the captain on the side of the deck near the pier waved goodbye to Stratford Canning on the land. Stratford Canning also smiled and waved at the captain. Point the hum of steam appeared again, and the steamship with the French tangling slowly sailed away from the port of Malta. Point the cruise fleet also followed them to the mouth of Malta. Of course, the cruise fleet said it was escorting, but in fact it was to prevent the steam clippers from wandering in the waters near Malta. Point looking at the steam clipper and the cruise ship Stratford Canning that were drifting away, he withdrew his gaze and turned to leave the port. Led by naval soldiers stationed in Malta, Stratford Canning not only met Sir James Dundas, commander of the Mediterranean Fleet, but also Colonel Ross, who was stationed at the Ottoman Embassy. Point James Dundas glanced at Stratford Canning and then at Colonel Ross. His eyes were full of doubts. He did not understand why Ambassador Stratford Canning had come. "Colonel Ross has more to do, Your Excellency Ambassador. Why are you here? Why didn't you notify me before you came?" Colonel Ross looked at Stratford Canning in surprise. If he had known that Ambassador Canning would return in the near future, then he would not have to go to Malta to persuade Sir James Dundas. "Haven't you received a telegram from Britain?" Stratford Canning also asked suspiciously. "No." Colonel Ross shook his head in denial. Point. After thinking for a moment, Canning suddenly realized that he seemed to arrive a few days earlier than originally planned. Point according to the procrastination character of the British cabinet, it is estimated that he will never reveal his news to the Ottoman embassy until the end. Point this also caused Colonel Ross to come to Malta without receiving a cabinet telegram. Point it's all the fault of the French, who made their train so punctual. But what is Ross doing in Malta? A brand new question appeared in Colonel Ross's mind. He looked at the deputy in front of him and asked, "What are you doing in Malta?" "It's like this." Colonel Ross told Stratford Canning the contents of his conversation with the former foreign minister of Ottoman 2 days ago. After hearing the content of Colonel Ross's conversation, Stratford immediately smelled a hint of conspiracy. Point. Based on the diplomat's sixth sense, he was told that the former foreign minister that Colonel Ross spoke of seemed to be concealing part of the real situation, especially the situation in France. Point during Canning's crossing of France, he saw a group of guys in French military uniforms along the railway station in the south of France. He saw that many supplies were being transported by the railway towards Lyon and Marseille, as well as the communication with train passengers. In 2008, Canning heard a complaint from a Marseille fleet company owner that his fleet needed to be on the go at all times, so that he made a lot of money less. There are indications that France is mobilizing to a limited extent. Although the magnitude of its mobilization is the same as that of an ant-moving house, it still cannot escape from Stratford Canning's golden eyes. Judging from France's mobilization efforts, if it wasn't for the preparations for entering the Near East, Stratford Canning really couldn't think of why so many materials were prepared. Point so, when he heard the conversation between Colonel Ross and Fuad Eddin, he decided in his heart that the former foreign minister was hiding some of the content from them. "Lord Canning, the Mediterranean Fleet is at your disposal. Now that someone who can command the Mediterranean Fleet has arrived, Sir James Dundas is naturally willing to follow Stratford Canning's orders." "Mediterranean Fleet," Stratford Canning said to Sir James Dundas after pondering. "Not for the time being. Colonel Ross looked at Stratford Canning in astonishment. He didn't understand why Ambassador Canning wanted the warship to move temporarily. There are a lot of things we don't know. It's best not to act rashly. Stratford Canning responded vaguely. He didn't want to embarrass his assistant too much in this public place. Colonel Ross, who has been with Ambassador Canning for many years, immediately realized what Ambassador Canning had discovered, but did not refute him because of his face. Yes. Colonel Ross was very grateful to Ambassador Canning. Riyadh1.com On the afternoon of January 1st, Stratford Canning and Colonel Ross left Malta by steam clipper. The clipper arrived in Constantinople in the early hours of April 2nd. Looking at the city in front of him, that he had been away from for nearly 5 months, Canning was filled with emotion. The two who returned to the embassy simply washed up and fell asleep. April 2nd, 10 a.m. Stratford Canning appeared from the embassy and soon arrived at the home of former Prime Minister Rhett. After a long absence, old friends reunited with each other for a while and immediately entered the hall. Please tell me, what step have you taken during the time I left? Stratford asked the former Prime Minister with a serious look. Canning, this is a question you should ask the current Prime Minister, not me, a lost old man. Now I just want to live the rest of my life in peace. Chapter 379, Anglo-French Alliance. Come on. I don't know you yet. How could someone like you be willing to quit just like that? In front of old friends who have been with each other for more than 10 years, Canning does not put on a business-like face, but maintains the relationship with Rashid in an easygoing manner. No one understands better than Canning how much political power lies behind this short, stout old friend with a black beard. From 1837 to 1852, he controlled the Ottoman Empire's political and foreign policy for 15 consecutive years, and the number of henchmen under his command was even more numerous. Even the current Prime Minister Muhammad Ali thought he was one of Rhett's little followers back then. In the early days of Prime Minister Ali's entry into the Ottoman Empire's officialdom, he was still supported by Rhett little by little, all the way from the ambassador abroad to the foreign minister. However, in the end, Rhett was unavoidable to raise tigers. The full-fledged Muhammad Ali jumped back at the most critical moment and stabbed Rhett fiercely in the back. After Rhett left the prime ministership, Muhammad Ali went through untold hardships to take over the position of Rhett as the prime minister of the Ottoman Empire. Muhammad Ali and Mustafa Rashid could not be said to be in harmony with each other, but they could only be said to be at odds with each other. Of course, if Rashid was only to be commended for being stabbed in the back by Muhammad Ali, then Stratford Canning would not consider him a political ally. The most famous thing Rhett did was to co-draft the Edict of the Rose Church with Abdul-Mejid I, that is, the Tanzimat reform. This reform is undoubtedly conducive to creating a more centralized and more tolerant YSL power. Only a very few people know that the guy who initiated the vigorous reform of the Ottoman Empire was not born into a famous family, but a guy who didn't even finish the religious school. The sudden death of the accountant's father made the originally barren family even more difficult. Mustafa Rashid had to consider giving up his studies at the religious institute, and with the help of his relatives, he obtained a post in the prime minister's palace by suppressing the Greeks. Rashid, who entered the prime minister's mansion, did not seek the opportunity to learn because of his identity and knowledge. He has been studying hard to get to a high level. The hard work paid off for some people. When Rhett continued to strive to improve his self-knowledge, the sudden opportunity gave Rhett the opportunity to travel to France and Britain and to witness the prosperity of these two countries with his own eyes. Rhett, who stayed abroad for a few years, quickly learned the languages of Britain and France and could be said to be the most Europeanized person in the Ottoman court at that time. After Abdul-Mejid I came to power, Rhett, who has a kind character, Canning's evaluation, and advocates freedom, was entrusted with the important task of serving as the reform designer of Tanzimat and concurrently serving as the Minister of Foreign Affairs with the appointment of the Ottoman ambassador to London. Although Rhett, who is under the overlapping of 3 positions, is not the Prime Minister, he is more valued by the Sultan Emperor than the Prime Minister. In addition, Rashid himself maintained a deep friendship with Canning, which made it possible to solve the difficulties faced in the following reforms. Even so, Rhett has been endorsed at home and abroad, but it is almost impossible to reform the roots of the Ottoman Empire itself. long-term and fighting with religious and bureaucratic forces exhausted Rashid and the Sultan who supported him, and he had to travel abroad several times to remotely direct reforms at home. Abdul-Mejid's patience was gradually exhausted during the long reform, and finally Rashid lost his position as prime minister in 1850 with the combined assistance of domestic conservative forces and Muhammad Ali. When Muhammad Ali became prime minister in 1852, Rashid formed an alliance with the opposition against Muhammad Ali's excessive concessions to Christianity. Ret, who once fantasized about the theme of peace, religion and inclusive of all religions, is gone. Looking back, I can only see a person whose eyes are blinded by power and desire. He will oppose it for the sake of opposition, just so that he can climb to the peak of the past. Although Canning can see that his old friend's original intention has quietly changed, but he has no way to stop it, just like you can't stop a guy pretending to be asleep. Furthermore, the original purpose of Tanzimat's reform was not to prevent the Ottoman Empire from being taken away by the Russian Empire. Now both the military and economic reforms have achieved initial results, and maintaining the current level is already very good. Previously, Canning became close friends with Ret for his own ideal of wishing the Ottoman Empire to get better. Canning now befriends Ret for the interests of Britain in the Near East. The former has a lot more respect than the latter, and the attitude is naturally a little more easygoing. In response to Canning's remarks, Ret put his hands on his thighs and sat upright in response. I didn't lie to you. Now I really don't know what that guy Muhammad Ali wants to do. What the asterisk is going on? Canning also said with a serious look, what happened to the Ottoman Empire during the few months I left? It's nothing. It's just that a few ministers were dismissed, and a few pashas were killed. Rashid replied nonchalantly, from the topic, that he was a minister and a pasha. It was obvious that the high door of the Ottoman Empire there seems to have been an infighting inside. His own ally may also be the loser of this infighting. This is not a trivial matter. Canning's expression became more solemn. If you are still willing to be my friend, please be sure to tell me what happened to the Ottoman Empire during the time I was away. Ret opened his narrowed eyes, and after a long time, he replied, since you insist on understanding, then I can't be so unkind. Afterwards, Ret told Canning what had happened so far after leaving Canning. Among them is the political struggle between hardliners and appeasement. Canning frowned when he heard that the Abbasirs had won. There are some things inside these high gates that people like Colonel Ross will never be able to inquire about. You mean the Ottoman Empire has now begun to surrender to the Russian Empire? Canning immediately asked. Right. I don't think that guy Muhammad Ali, no matter how stupid, would dare to agree to Menshkov's conditions rashly. Although that guy Rafat Pasha was discussing the conditions with Menshkov, both sides seem to have a problem. Because of some, the problem is mutual concern. Rashid obviously did not believe that Muhammad Ali and Rifat Pasha had the ability to betray the country. Then, Reich suddenly remembered that someone had reported to him that the former foreign minister, Fouad, was often in and out of the French embassy. So Ret told Canning the news. Waluski, Rifat Pasha, Muhammad Ali and France. These seemingly irrelevant information kept breaking up, rearranging, and breaking up in Canning's heart. An absurd thought appeared in Canning's mind that everything the Ottoman Empire did was just to delay time, and Operation France was also racing against time. No, impossible. Canning was a little reluctant to believe this inference. According to this inference, France had already decided that it would definitely take action against the Russian Empire before the Holy Land judgment began. Only then can we explain what happened next. Thinking of this, Ambassador Canning recalled what Prince Albert had said to him when he was at Buckingham Palace. Albert asked him to support Palmerston, whose policy was to interfere in the Russian Empire. Obviously, such a decision did not jump out of the crack in the stone in an instant, and it obviously took a long time to weigh the conclusion. Stratford Canning suddenly felt that a shadowless net was covering the entire Near East. One end of the net was the French Empire, and the other end might be the British Kingdom. Damn, I forgot about this. Biting chills poured from Stratford Canning's spine to his limbs like a wild horse unleashed. It was only now that Canning remembered the original rumor. Palmerston met with the French secret envoy to discuss the world's relationship with the Russian Empire. 99% of the time it wasn't a rumor. Excuse me. Seeing this, Canning decided to go to the French embassy to ask. He first said goodbye to Right Point afterwards. They took a carriage to the gate of the French embassy in the Ottoman Empire. Point knocking on the embassy door. Walewski appeared in front of Canning. Mr. Walewski. Riyadh1.com. I have something to ask you. Canning, who was standing at the door, said to Walewski, come in, please. Walewski stepped aside for a day to allow Canning to enter. After Canning entered the embassy, he had a secret conversation with Walewski. During this period, Canning tentatively asked Walewski if he knew about the promise between France and Britain. Walewski looked at Canning in surprise, then regained his composure and replied to Canning, yes, there are indeed some unwritten agreements. That was when I was the French secret envoy. Something settled with your country. Can you tell me what it is? Ambassador Canning asked Walewski sincerely. The French Empire and the British Empire will form an alliance to attack the Russian Empire when the Russian Empire conducts targeted aggression. Walewski told Ambassador Canning the contents of the secret agreement between Britain and France, word by word. Here immediately, the corner of Ambassador Canning's mouth was slightly self-deprecating. It turned out that Prince Albert had already arranged everything, and all they did was to speed up this matter. Chapter 381. Fascinating Alliance. I need to do something. Now that Canning is fully aware of the unknown deals behind France and Britain, he is obliged to add the building blocks to promote cooperation between Britain and France. Ambassador Canning, we really need your help. Walewski said to Canning sincerely, we hope that you can give the Ottoman Empire your utmost support, and we are very worried that the Ottoman Empire will surrender directly to the Russian Empire. Although it is said that the negotiations between Rifat Pasha and Menshikov are just delaying time, there is no way to guarantee whether the fake negotiations will turn into real surrender. Once the Ottoman Empire could not withstand the pressure of the Russian Empire and surrendered, then France's desire to go to war with the Russian Empire is very likely to die in the womb. After all, the two main masters have already announced mutual understanding, and you, a third party, have declared that the understanding between the two of you does not constitute a legal effect. Such forcible group formation is simply trampling peace under your feet. Don't look at Jérôme Bonaparte and the members of the military command around him, all day secretly boasting that the truth is only within the reach of the cannon, but on the surface they must love peace more than anyone else. No matter the war in the East or the war in the West, we must pay attention to the famous teacher even in the future of the First World War. It was Serbian-trained assassins who killed Grand Duke Ferdinand, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire was excited. With the attitude of revenge, the official Austro-Hungarian Empire proposed harsh conditions to the Serbian government, some of which involved Serbia's own territorial sovereignty. Then Serbia seeks the help of its big brother, the Russian Empire, before the Russian Empire announces the issue of safeguarding Serbia's sovereignty. After that, Austria-Hungary ally Waweli gave Austria-Hungary an empty check with a smile. Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia, Russia declared war on Austria-Hungary, Germany declared war on Russia, and then declared war on France. In this way, the battle started in confusion. Austria-Hungary's division was that its Grand Duke was shot by an assassin trained by Serbia, and Russia's division was that Austria-Hungary's conditions for Serbia were too harsh. Although there are some far-fetched reasons for both sides, each is enough to declare war on the opponent. Of course, the final outcome was very tragic. The three crowns fell, the disintegration of the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the French Republic directly wiped out a generation. It can be said to be a lose-lose. The overall nationalist war still needs a proper name, not to mention the semi-aristocratic war, which needs to be decorated to successfully fool the country, isn't the French Empire ready yet? Ambassador Canning asked suspiciously. This is a collision between great powers and great powers, and you can't be too careful. Walewski replied cautiously, and then added, don't worry. It won't be long before France will be free to stand side by side with Britain. Fight. I see. Ambassador Canning nodded to Walewski. Now that the French government behind Walewski has prepared plans for war, the British Kingdom is even more confident. The land army of the French Empire was united with the sea army of the British Kingdom, and it was truly invincible. On April 5th, a late telegram appeared inside the British embassy in the Ottomans. The telegram once again appointed Stratford Canning as the British ambassador to the Ottoman Empire, and once again gave Canning the power to call in the support of the Mediterranean fleet. Now Hom is about to stage the drama of the return of the king. In the afternoon, Canning personally went to Muhammad Ali's mansion. Canning and the mansion appealed to Muhammad Ali to be tough on the Russian Empire in a fiery speech, while personally reassuring the Ottoman Empire that, if the Russian Empire tried to invade the Ottoman Empire in vain, the British Mediterranean fleet would be in the first place. Immediately rushed to help the Ottoman Empire. Muhammad Ali, guaranteed by Stratford Canning, was overjoyed. I thought that Canning would choose to support it again after returning, but he did not expect Canning to make such a guarantee to himself. Now, Muhammad Ali, who has the dual blessings of Britain and France, is no longer afraid of the Russian Imperial Army. He also assured Ambassador Canning in his own name that he would obey the orders of the Kingdom of Great Britain and be a loyal lackey of the Kingdom of Great Britain. For Muhammad Ali's assurance, Canning's heart was 100 disbelievers. If it weren't for the turmoil in the current situation and the unnecessary troubles caused by rashly intervening in the replacement of the Prime Minister of the Ottoman Empire, Canning would definitely replace Muhammad Ali with Mustafa Rashid. Later, Canning, adhering to the principle of Anglo-French feud, cryptically told Muhammad Ali that in fact, the way to want Menshikov to have no reason to attack the Ottomans is very simple. The key is that the Ottoman Empire must unswervingly resolve the Holy Land dispute with Russia. The other aspects of the problem are separated, making it a separate problem. In the Holy Land dispute, Russia does have the right to request the restoration of privileges under the treaty, but in order to preserve Turkish sovereignty, other Russian demands must be rejected. What religious rights the Sultan's subjects should enjoy must be conferred by the Sultan by virtue of his Ottoman monarchy, not through some Russian-held system. In other words, it is to wipe out all the efforts of France before December 20th, so that France and Russia will stand on the same starting line again. Facing Canning's suggestion, Muhammad Ali obviously resisted. The current Ottoman Empire has already offended the Russian Empire, and there is no need or ability to make trouble for the French Empire. Otherwise, with the small size of the Ottoman Empire, it really cannot withstand the attack of the two European army powers. So Muhammad Ali politely rejected Canning's suggestion. Seeing that he could not shake the diplomatic relations between France and the Ottomans, Canning sighed inwardly. Now, Muhammad Ali doesn't seem to be exactly a dumb obsessed with power struggles. Next, Canning and Muhammad Ali discussed the terms of Menshikov's proposal to hand over all Orthodox Christians and Greek churches in the Ottoman Empire to the protection of the Russian Empire. The two reached an agreement on this issue. They believed that Menshikov, no, it should be said, that the Tsar behind Menshikov regarded the dispute over the Holy Land and the protection of the Greek Church as a Trojan horse in the ancient Greek war. The Trojan horse completed the infiltration and dismemberment of the Ottoman Empire. After the long and tedious analysis, Canning got up and said goodbye to Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali enthusiastically sent Canning out of his mansion. After Canning left, Muhammad Ali once again called the Minister of Foreign Affairs Fat Pasha and the former Minister of Foreign Affairs Fuad Effendi. The three people sat on the sofa in three different directions and exchanged views on the situation in the Ottoman Empire. Muhammad Ali believed that the Ottoman Empire should give Menshikov a firm rejection, so as to dispel Menshikov's unrealistic ideas. Fuad Effendi and Rifat Pasha gave Muhammad Ali completely different views. Fuad Effendi and Rifat Pasha believed that the Ottoman Empire should resolutely focus on procrastination, so as to wait for the assistance of the West, especially the French Empire. They who once acted as the Ottoman ambassadors to the British Kingdom really lacked enough confidence in the combat effectiveness of the British Kingdom's native troops. In their words, the Kingdom of Britain has scattered its limited troops in many colonies, and the troops they stay in the homeland are simply not enough to support a high-intensity war. And the favorite way of conscription in every British war is in the homeless people were arrested in the streets and ordered to fight, one by one, one by one. The combat effectiveness of those soldiers who have passed the compulsory recruitment can be imagined, not to mention that some British officers can buy them for a certain amount of money. Where are the French officers? Most of them rely on military exploits or come out of military academies. To sum up, Fuad Effendi and Rifat Pasha believed that the quality of French soldiers was much higher than that of the British Kingdom. The war between the Ottoman Empire and the Russian Empire was not just a war on the Black Sea, but a war on land. Reasonably, they should help France continue to procrastinate. At the insistence of Fuad Edifan and Rifat, Muhammad Ali gave up his idea and ordered Rifat Pasha to do his best to hold back the Russian Empire. Rifat Pasha said that he would definitely deal with Menshikov. From April 6 to 26, Rifat Pasha tried his best to deal with Menshikov. Riyadh1.com including, but not limited to, pretending to be sick, going out, dealing with other foreign affairs, and so on. Menshikov, who had not been able to negotiate for a long time, was held accountable by Nicholas I. Nicholas I criticized Menshikov in harsh terms and ordered him to make the Ottoman Empire sign the treaty as soon as possible. On April 28, Menshikov came to Muhammad Ali's mansion and sent an ultimatum to Muhammad Ali, ordering them to hand over a solution as soon as possible. Otherwise the Ottoman Empire would suffer the ruthlessness of the Russian Empire. Muhammad Ali agreed with Menshikov's advice, turned his head, and handed everything over to Rifat Pasha. Rifat Pasha continued to delay slowly. In early May, Menshikov approached Muhammad Ali for the second time, this time with a more stern rhetoric, and obliged the Ottomans to hand him a suitable solution within 2 weeks. At this time, Muhammad Ali reluctantly agreed to Menshikov's suggestion. He told the Menshikov Imperial Grand Council that the request from Menshikov would be discussed on May 17. Chapter 381, Paris Housing Crisis. Just when the ancient Ottoman Empire was preparing to continue to use delaying tactics to quarrel and trouble each other over the Russian Empire, Paris, which is more than 2,000 kilometers away from Constantinople, was troubled by certain problems. This kind of trouble is different from the Ottoman Emperor and his ministers, who are troubled by the uncertain future. Paris is troubled by its rapid changes in the more than a year of the reorganization of the same municipal government. Narrow roads have been renovated and widened. Thousands of buildings have been purchased and demolished at suitable prices. From the Gare de l'Est to the Place de la Concorde, the small half of Paris is shrouded in grayish-yellow dust all day long. After the dust dissipates, the Louvre Hotel, Paris department stores, elevators, short-lived electric, arc, lamps, many products that can only appear in the industrial age. It's like standing in Paris overnight. In this 1,000-year-old Seine province, the relics of history, old neighborhoods, and new things, new streets, complement each other to build this ancient city, and old Paris once again glows with its due charm. All of this stemmed from the desire to build a new Paris, which led to a revolution that was initiated by none other than the King Horseman, high official living in the city hall of the Seine and standing behind the Baron Ottoman, Emperor Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte and his high-ranking officials held a magic wand called infrastructure, and with a single finger, the narrow street quickly widened to 3 times its original size, and the old telescopic apartment was transformed into a brand new hotel in a blink of an eye. Hotel Point. However, this magical magic is based on the thousands of proletarians hidden under the magic. In other words, it was not the emperor and high officials who really built the city with their hands, but the workers and masons living in Paris, the proletarians who were shivering in the cellars, those workers who had been betrayed by Paris and expelled from Paris, the contractors on the construction site invited to return to Paris to participate in the construction of Paris. These guys, known as the pioneers of cattle and horses in later generations, are creating Paris with their hands. Whenever the night is quiet, there are always sparks from a distance, and the pickaxes beating in the air. Brick, they take a meager salary every day, and breathe the dust that is harmful to the body, but they can't leave an inch of space in this city. The desire for housing not only affected the hearts of the Parisian workers, but also the hearts of the emperor who lived in the Tuileries Palace. On May 13, 1853, a drizzle fell again in Paris in a temperate maritime climate. After the dense raindrops broke free from the shackles of the clouds, under the influence of gravity, they kept falling to the ground like a joy, as if they were playing a happy music for the new life of the city. In this haze, a figure came out of the palace of Fontainebleau, followed by a soldier in a light blue military uniform. The two set off from the Champs-Élysées with umbrellas in tandem, walked along the Champs-Élysées to the End, turned right, and continued along the newly built Rudy Rivaux Point on this avenue with a width of nearly 60 meters, smelling the fragrance of the earth from the cyclization, and feeling the slight moistness from the trousers. Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help speeding up his pace. Standing beside him, the adjutant Edgani next to him also accelerated his pace. The two continued to walk along Rue Riva for nearly 20 minutes again. The rain gradually eased, and the place Châtelet Paris City Hall at the end of Rue Riva appeared in front of them. The destination of Jerome Bonaparte's trip was the Paris City Hall. The emperor who walked to the City Hall just stepped on the door of the City Hall when he heard the exclamation from the staff inside the City Hall. Needless to say, they were surprised that the emperor arrived without permission, without greeting. Hello. Jerome Bonaparte greeted the staff in the City Hall with a smile, and at the same time, pressed his hand down to show his silence. After a brief period of surprise, the staff in the hall returned to the proper order again. Then, Jerome Bonaparte pointed out a lucky clerk to lead him. The clerk looked at Jerome Bonaparte excitedly, his mouth trembling, unable to utter a word. The surrounding crowd also cast an envious and jealous look at him. Under the leadership of the clerk, Jerome Bonaparte walked up the stairs and soon came to the top floor of the Paris City Hall. Walking along the red carpeted corridor to the end, the sign of the high-ranking official's office was hung on the wall. Your Majesty, this is it. The clerk pointed to the door and said to Jerome Bonaparte deferentially, "Thank you very much." Jerome Bonaparte nodded and thanked the clerk in front of him. "No, nothing." The clerk waved his hand at a loss. In his opinion, this was just a matter of a little effort. "Okay, you can go back to work." Jerome Bonaparte responded to the clerk. "Yes, Your Majesty." The clerk hurriedly saluted Jerome Bonaparte and left. Jerome Bonaparte, who was standing at the door of the high-ranking official's office, showed a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. After taking a step back sideways, he motioned for Edgani to knock on the door. Following Jerome Bonaparte's order, Edgani knocked on the door of the senior Ottoman official. After a while, the voice of a senior Ottoman official came from the door. "Who? Don't tell him." Jerome Bonaparte whispered to Brigadier General Edgani next to him. Looking at the unpleasant emperor, Edgani could only do as he did. "Your Excellency, there is an important document that needs your signature." "Then bring it in." Osman's voice came out again. Jerome Bonaparte motioned for Edgani to stay at the door and wait, while he carefully pushed open the door of the high-ranking official's office without making a single sound. Looking in through the door, George Osman was concentrating on lowering his head to modify something, and behind him was a panorama of Paris. The panorama was full of red-marked locations, some of which had already been completed. Some are undergoing or planning to be remodeled. "Your Excellency Horseman, your documents," Jerome Bonaparte said to George Horseman in a choked voice. "Let's put it there." Horseman didn't lift his head, pointed to the sofa beside him, and motioned Jerome Bonaparte to put the document on the sofa. Jerome Bonaparte tiptoed to George Horseman's side. Standing on the left, he found that in Horseman's hand was a more detailed drawing of some blocks on the left bank of the Seine. George Osman is marked in red, and it seems that it should be the area where construction is about to start. Just as Jerome Bonaparte tilted his head to check the contents of the drawing, Horseman raised his head and said impatiently, "I didn't ask you to." He was halfway through when he suddenly realized that he was in front of him. The man turned out to be the Emperor. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." The sudden surprise made George Osman a little surprised and even a little frightened. After the fright, he was thankful that he didn't say anything inappropriate. "Yeah." Jerome Bonaparte nodded lightly at Osman, then pointed to Osman's red mark on the drawing and asked, "Are these all streets that need to be demolished?" Horseman hurriedly stood up to give up his seat for Jerome Bonaparte, and Jerome Bonaparte also sat down unceremoniously. "That's right." Baron Horseman pointed to the city and replied to Jerome Bonaparte, "The Saint Michel district with the Luxembourg Palace as the center is the focus of this renovation." Saint Michel, Saint Michel. Jerome Bonaparte muttered in a low voice, while knocking on the desks of senior officials without rhythm. "Your Majesty, the renovation of the Saint Michel district will help to enhance the appearance of Paris." George Horseman said cautiously to Jerome Bonaparte, for fear that Jerome Bonaparte would reject his proposal. The stubborn city councillors dealing with the city council have exhausted him physically and mentally, and if the emperor does not support him, then the reconstruction plan of the district of Saint Michel will be completely aborted. How much money do you plan to spend to take these streets? Jerome Bonaparte asked George Horseman, pointing to the area marked in red on the map. The city hall has allocated 40 million francs for the renovation of the Saint Michel area. Horseman quickly responded to Jerome Bonaparte, how about the placement of personnel and assets? Jerome Bonaparte asked again. The city government plans to send public officials to the areas where construction needs to be carried out before construction starts. www.riyadh1.com to carry out asset appraisals. Compensation will be based on assets, continued Baron Ottoman. Since you said asset appraisal, how do you plan to prevent a series of problems during asset appraisal? For example, the owner of the house raises the price of goods in the house, and the price of the house is levied according to the price of that year. Jerome Bonaparte asked George Horseman one by one. These problems have always been a big problem in Jerome Bonaparte's previous life, especially the problem of inflated quotations so much, so that the term demolition of the second generation has been derived on the internet. George Osman opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word, and then he could only bite the bullet and respond, "This is my mistake. There is no right to speak without investigation. I hope that, when you carry out urban renovation, you can know the specific price of the house that needs to be renovated in advance. Otherwise, the demolition is likely to deplete the government's finances. In order to make up for the loss, the government has to make up for it. Losses are recouped through various taxes, and those who instigate urban renovations will also recoup losses by passing on rents. By that time, all of Paris will become our biggest opposition." Chapter 382, Say No to High Prices. Jerome Bonaparte's suggestion can be said to be a wake-up call to George Horseman. For a long time, Osman has always paid too much attention to the transformation problem on paper, and has never asked about the details of the transformation. Many details of housing prices are handed over to his subordinates, and his subordinates only hand over the price of subsidized housing per square meter in an area to him, and then he allocates funds from the city government's finances. This can indeed save a lot of time, but it completes the intermediate link that Osman cannot control. Once a mistake occurs in a certain link in the middle, for example, the purchase price of the house is inflated, the public officials and the landlord jointly raise the unit price, or the house in the area that needs to be purchased is informed in advance, and some noble items that do not belong to them are placed at home and lied to be animals in your own home, thereby maliciously raising the purchase price, etc. will cause the result of the acquisition to exceed its own estimated value. Excessive overdraft of the financial capacity of the city government will also give those city hall members an opportunity to counterattack. You must know that there are not many candidates who really support Ottoman's transformation in the entire city hall, and most of them are opposed to Ottoman's radical policies. If it wasn't for the emperor himself, Osman wouldn't even be able to get past the level of the city hall. Horseman also understood that the support and trust given to him by the emperor followed his achievements in the urban transformation of Paris. It can be said that the whole of Paris is the examination given by the emperor to Ottoman. If successful, he will have a chance to hit the public minister/secretary of state. If he fails, he will have nothing. Ottoman, who regards his political life as second only to his own, will never allow anyone to do anything in this area. From the time he presided over the reconstruction of the city of Paris to the present, there are only a few dozen people who want to have a relationship with him, and there are many of them high-ranking ministers except for some ministers, who really have no way to refuse. For example, Minister of the Interior Pessany, Minister of the Seal Morny, and Minister of State Fuld, who want to inquire about news from themselves. The remaining people who can shirk Osman have tried his best to shirk. He really didn't want to cause his status in the emperor's heart to decline. Because of these problems, the emperor was incredibly frugal compared to his uncle, Emperor Napoleon, and the kings of the previous two dynasties, Louis XVIII, Charles X, Louis Philippe, while serving the empire. Efficiency issues are also somewhat severe. If it weren't for the fact that the empire was still in the name of the empire, and Jerome Bonaparte's title was emperor, Ottoman almost thought that he was still in the period of the Republic. Frugality is thrifty, and Osman also found that the emperor had unimaginable dedication and generosity in steel, construction, hospitals, and factories, and he also had an extraordinary sympathy for the poor. In the months after the emperor's marriage, the number of serious **** held was not as many as the number of times the emperor and the queen spent in welfare homes, workhouses, and charity hospitals. The number of meetings with nobles is not even as many as Jerome Bonaparte himself has seen with those sans-culottes. There are no less than 8 charitable hospitals in Paris, named after the emperor and the queen alone, like a stingy but generous father. It's just that this father has some poor children who are too close to him. Under the rounds of propaganda by the emperor and the queen, the whole of Paris also set off a love of the bottom. The ladies around the queen scrambled to build welfare homes and charity in Paris in order to stay by the queen's side. Hospital point so much so that the number of Paris charity hospitals exceeds the reserve of Parisian medical staff point. Even those Republicans who opposed the empire had to keep silent about this phenomenon point. If the first empire gave the impression of a luxurious upstart, then the second empire was known for its frugality and charity. How dare the Ottoman Empire under the influence of this atmosphere take the initiative to get in trouble? P.S. Historically, Osman was prosecuted by the Republicans for budget overruns, and he himself did not find any clear signs of corruption after he stepped down. It can be said that it is a minority of public officials who are not corrupt. As an aspirational high-ranking public official, Osman swore that he would not be sacked in this corruption. Having said that, although Osman himself is not too greedy for money, he underestimates his subordinates and the people around him. After Jerome Bonaparte's remarks, Osman suddenly realized that there might be some problems in the middle link. Your Majesty, please wait a moment, Osman said to Jerome Bonaparte in a panic. Yeah. Jerome Bonaparte nodded lightly, point in the sight of Jerome Bonaparte. Osman left the high-ranking office and almost fell to the ground in the middle. Judging from Osman's behavior, Jerome Bonaparte conjectured that Osman was likely to have been colluded with inside and outside in the previous transformation. I hope the amount is not large, said Jerome Bonaparte lightly. Not long after, Osman returned to the high-ranking official's office. At this time, his face was inexplicably pale, and his cheeks were trembling visibly. And he has all the housing quotation forms in the first round of urban renovation. Osman staggered to Jerome Bonaparte and said to Jerome Bonaparte in a trembling voice, Your Majesty, this is the report of the last round of urban transformation. After speaking, Osman put the urban transformation form in front of Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte looked at the housing information on the form page by page, and soon he saw the clues in the housing information. The area of many rooms is not large, and the original compensation amount should not be much, but the furniture in the room is unimaginably expensive, so that the subsidy price of the whole house is directly raised by a single house. More importantly, the expensive furniture styles in many rooms are exactly the same. It is an unrealistic guess that Parisian tastes are all the same. There is only one possibility. That is, the street landlord who needs to start the construction rents a set of expensive furniture in the market in advance before the negotiation to deal with the negotiating personnel. After the funds are finalized, all the expensive rental furniture will be returned. In this way, the house in their hands can be promoted. However, apart from Vienna Ghost, the only ones who could do this were the ministers who had looked for Osman. After receiving the news that Osman had started construction, these ministers bought houses from some people at a low price in advance and then hoarded them in their hands to share the appropriate century and sold them at a price 30% higher than the purchase price. Judging from the uneven prices on the report and the detailed information of the property owners, this kind of acquisition was probably leaked out by the insiders of the city hall in advance, and then the people in the area deliberately raised the price due to the time difference. Alas. Jerome Bonaparte put the report in his hand on the table, with his hands folded flat. He looked at Osman in front of him and said lightly, Be careful next time. Yes. Osman, who was originally willing to accept the punishment, finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Jerome Bonaparte's light-hearted attitude, and also secretly vowed to find the damned inner ghost. Also, you'd better set up a real estate review committee directly under you, preferably from the provinces, so that you can cut off their advice with Saint Mainland. and then use it to survey the areas you need to renovate in advance. In this case, the funds needed may be less. Jerome Bonaparte once again put forward some suggestions to Horseman, which is not deeply connected with the local forces in Paris, and even said that there are some haters outside Paris and local forces, as are in the case of the Real Estate Review Committee. They will be able to give the people of Paris a special surprise. One more thing, after each review, the original committee members had better be dismissed and replaced, and then review. Yes. Horseman responded again, and he couldn't help but admire Jerome Bonaparte in his heart. There are some seemingly simple questions that most people don't even think of. The reason why Jerome Bonaparte was able to think of this was that he had previously mobilized the police forces from other provinces to cleanse the umbrella of the underworld forces in Paris. Paris can only be governed by someone who is not deeply involved in the world. Riyadh1.com. This is the eternal truth, right? One more thing. Jerome Bonaparte suddenly thought of the purpose of his trip. He hurriedly got up and went to the map, pointing to the suburbs of Paris in a broad sense, the territory outside the 12th arrondissement of Paris, to Osman. Tell me, if I build a workers' residential area here that can accommodate hundreds of thousands of Parisian workers, will the Paris city government approve this piece of land to me? Hundreds of thousands of Parisian workers. Horseman was shocked by what Jerome Bonaparte said. The transformation of the current Paris urban area has not been completed, and the emperor has already thought of the transformation outside the urban area. Osman really didn't know whether he should praise the emperor for his foresight, or should he say that the emperor was unfounded. Your Majesty, these lands are not under the jurisdiction of the Seine province. Baron Horseman hurriedly responded to Jerome Bonaparte. Don't worry. It won't be long before this is your administrative division. I plan to put all the factories in Paris on the outskirts. Factories and workers should be closely linked. Jerome Bonaparte pointed to Paris on the map, and the original area of Paris will become an area that attracts people from all over the world to travel and vacation. Chapter 383, Affordable Public Rental Housing Scheme. George Horseman and Jerome Bonaparte shared the same ideas about relocating the factory outside the suburbs. A more orthodox Bonapartist than Jerome Bonaparte, George Horseman liked to rule the city with tyranny. In other words, George Horseman prefers to act as a strict father in front of the people of Paris, giving candy to obedient children. Severe punishment for disobedience. Severe point in his opinion. The most obedient children in Paris are those little bourgeois who work hard and don't make trouble to the society. The naughty kids are those Parisian proletarians, sans culottes, so to speak. The root of all revolutions begins with them, and the lair that nurtured their radical ideas of factories. As long as the factories are moved out of Paris, the revolution will also disappear in Paris. In other words, in George Horseman's concept, as long as there are no poor people in Paris, then you can continue to play music and then dance. Point as for the fact that Jerome Bonaparte wanted to build apartments for Paris workers to accommodate 100,000 people, in his opinion, he was simply a complete socialist ideology. Point. If Jerome Bonaparte was not the emperor of the empire, then George Horseman will definitely arrest Jerome Bonaparte and put him in jail, just like he did to Olivier, the Speaker of the Legislative Council in the OTL Worldline, the founder of the Empire of Liberty. Now the person who said this is the supreme ruler of the entire empire, so George Osman has to deal with it carefully. Your Majesty, please forgive me. George Horseman persuaded Jerome Bonaparte carefully. Your kindness really makes all the monarchs in the world feel ashamed, but your kindness cannot influence certain groups. Instead, it will make them even worse, and your thoughts are likely to. Having said that, George Horseman glanced at Jerome Bonaparte hesitantly, as if he was waiting for Jerome Bonaparte's permission. What? Go on. I forgive you. Jerome Bonaparte responded with a smile on his face, looking forward to hearing some different opinions from George Horseman. The house you built for the workers is very likely to become a hotbed of revolution. George Horseman gritted his teeth and replied to Jerome Bonaparte, that's all you want to say? Jerome Bonaparte showed a lost expression on his face. What George Osman has received now does not exceed his status and era, even if he is already one of the few talents in France. Fear of revolutions and riots made him see the workers as fully fed thugs, rather than a human like him. This kind of arrogance originating from the elites of the 19th century makes them always treat everyone with a condescending attitude and deal with the proletarians with a charitable attitude. Point not to mention leaning over to listen to the voices of the proletarians. Unlike Jerome Bonaparte, who was born in the 21st century, he has seen the development of the next 100 years. Those workers have never been born a hotbed of revolution. All their demands are only to be able to eat a little. It's better. The work doesn't have to be so tiring. As long as these are satisfied, they will lack the motivation to rebel and become the most obedient organization in the empire. Point as for things like the proletarians taking power, Jerome Bonaparte could bet on his chest that before Ilyich created the vanguard, those little cuties had little ability to fight a perfect machine of violence. In the eyes of George's horsemen, workers are the objects that need to be rejected, but in the eyes of Jerome Bonaparte, they are the objects that need to be won, and they must not fall into the hands of Dr. Ma. Furthermore, Bonapartism itself is to reconcile the contradictions between various classes, and if necessary, it can suffer the superstructure. After the birth of capitalism, I only heard of the proletarian revolution, but not the big capitalist revolution. In the intensifying labor movement, they would compromise for their own lives. It is necessary to ensure enough middle-class people to maintain social stability. George's horsemen, who had different visions and values, did not understand Jerome Bonaparte. In his eyes, the emperor who had started his empire by opposing redness was getting more and more red. Well, Jerome Bonaparte scratched his head embarrassingly. What should I tell you? If your majesty, if you insist on doing this, then I will naturally choose to support you. At a critical moment, George Osman once again demonstrated the operation of being a smart person. That is, the routine of swinging with the general line point. Although I don't agree with the emperor's policy, but I support all the emperor's policies. George Osman, who has been ups and downs in Huanhe for many years, understands that as long as the emperor wants to do in this country, there is nothing that cannot be done. The only difference is how much the emperor himself needs to pay. George Osman, who is good at standing on the side of the victor, will naturally not disagree with the emperor on this issue. Seeing that George Horseman readily agreed, Jerome Bonaparte naturally didn't have to tell him the reason. Of course, Jerome Bonaparte also believed that he might not be able to convince George Horseman at all, just like he couldn't convince himself. In this case, it is better to reserve some space for each other to turn around. How is this place? Jerome Bonaparte pointed to the location of the 12th arrondissement in Paris. Can you delineate a place for me here? George's horseman glanced at the location pointed by Jerome Bonaparte, nodded and replied, of course. Then I'm looking forward to good news from you. Jerome Bonaparte stretched his waist and responded to George Horseman point afterwards. Jerome Bonaparte left George Horseman's office, and when he was less than 1 meter away from the gate, Jerome Bonaparte suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly turned around and said, by the way, you said it. George Osman responded respectfully. Regarding the land price during the renovation of the house, I hope you pay more attention. Don't wait, the house is renovated. The cost of purchasing land is getting higher and higher every day. Jerome Bonaparte reminded George Horseman. If his memory is not wrong, George Horseman's land prices in Paris will get higher and higher during the next renovation process. As for why the price of real estate in Paris continues to rise, it is naturally inseparable from the group of insects in the Bank of Paris circle. Of course, the rise of land prices is also in line with the speculative characteristics of capitalism. There is no need for Jerome Bonaparte to use administrative means to limit it. The reason why he reminded George Horseman is to use his hand to curb the rise of land prices in Paris. This might make George Osman provoke a bunch of enemies in the financial circle, but the reason why he stood on the fire pit of the senior officials of the Seine was not to spread hatred. Furthermore, the rising land prices in Paris are full of malice for the already distressed finances of Paris City Hall. Horseman, who wants to do something, will inevitably use means to suppress land prices. Understood? George Horseman nodded and replied to Jerome Bonaparte, then, I'll go first, Jerome. Bonaparte left the office. After shaking hands with George Horseman. The adjutant Edgani, who was standing outside the door, hurriedly followed Jerome Bonaparte's footsteps and walked down from the top floor of Paris City Hall. When Jerome Bonaparte returned to the Tuileries Palace, The cloudy clouds scattered over Paris gradually spread around, and the weather gradually became clearer. A ray of sunlight shines through thin clouds on the unfinished Boulevard Saint-Michel, just behind the city hall. It's sunny. Jerome Bonaparte said something meaningful. Edgarny, who was standing on the side with unknown reasons, could only nod his head. When the dark clouds dissipated, and there were not many pedestrians on the street, Jerome Bonaparte and Edgarny greeted a carriage. A carriage that looked a little frugal stopped in front of Jerome Bonaparte and Edgarny, and when the coachman saw Jerome Bonaparte clearly, his face showed with a touch of panic. His mouth almost exclaimed, "Your Majesty." Before the coachman could finish speaking, Edgarny covered his mouth with quick eyes and hands. Shh. Jerome Bonaparte made a gesture of silence, and then asked the coachman to take them to the Tuileries Palace. "Get in, please," said the coachman humbly to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte and Edgarny entered the carriage, and the coachman drove the animals with his whip. The whip-lashed horse roared and began to move. The carriage traveled for about 5 minutes before arriving at the Tuileries Palace. Seeing through the side window glass, Jerome Bonaparte of the Tuileries Palace opened the car door. You reading www.ucanshu. Coming to the driver's seat, he kindly shook hands with the coachman. The coachman showed a flattered expression and said intermittently to Jerome Bonaparte, "Your Majesty, I have always supported you." "I know," said Jerome Bonaparte, as he took out a silver coin with Napoleon's head on it and handed it to the carriage. "Your Majesty, how can I ask for something from you? It's my honor to be able to serve you." The coachman waved his hand to refuse. "Take it." Jerome Bonaparte put the silver franc in the coachman's pocket. "You need them more than I do." Hearing this sentence, the coachman thought of the children in his family, and he expressed his respect for this kind emperor in the simplest language. After the carriage left, Jerome Bonaparte once again said softly to Edgarny when beside him, "Go home and rest too." Edgarny also saluted Jerome Bonaparte and left. Chapter 384. Make a big cake and distribute it reasonably. "Your Majesty, didn't I tell you, when you go out in the future, you'd better bring some guards? What if you encounter a disgruntled guy?" Jerome Bonaparte, who returned to the Tuileries Palace alone, was criticized by his wife before he could fully enjoy the service from his wife. The most important thing was that he could not refute it. After all, Jerome Bonaparte is not a Frank, and he is not destined to be loved by everyone. In Paris, there are still some extremists who want Jerome Bonaparte to die immediately. It's not a wise choice to head to City Hall without any escort. If you really need to summon George Horseman, you can summon him. Why go there in person? Queen Augusta continued to complain in a low voice to Jerome Bonaparte. "I didn't see it was still raining outside. It would be inconvenient to call him here." Jerome Bonaparte replied to Augusta with a shy smile. In fact, he did not care about the inconvenience of the horseman side, but just wanted to make a surprise attack on Paris City Hall on a whim. As a courtier, you should naturally meet all the demands of the monarch. Don't say it's raining. Even if it's hail or knives, they should come here. Compared with Jerome Bonaparte, who did not have many nobles, Auguste's star is obviously more aristocratic and arrogant. It is precisely because of this that Augusta was able to form a small circle in the Tuileries Palace in less than half a year as queen. The ladies in the circle are from the Orthodox, the Orleans, and a small number of the bourgeois nouveau riche. What is even more commendable is that the three factions did not fight each other in a small circle. This made Jerome Bonaparte feel like he had found a treasure once again. "Forget it. Don't talk about it." Jerome Bonaparte waved his hand to stop Augusta from gossiping. Sitting on the sofa, he adjusted his posture to make himself more comfortable. "Fortunately, I've got what I need. By the way, it's a wake-up call for that guy George Osman." Huh? Augusta looked at Jerome Bonaparte suspiciously. She didn't understand what Jerome Bonaparte meant. Recently, the emperor has always done something mysteriously. "It's like this." Jerome Bonaparte told Augusta about his plans to build a community of workers. Augusta also showed a horrified look. She didn't seem to understand the purpose of Jerome Bonaparte. The house prices and rents in Paris will inevitably rise with the improvement of Paris, and the wages of Paris workers are indeed a constant value. In Paris, on average, each worker needs a house of 121 francs, and about 935 francs per year. The total cost of food is 1051 francs, while the salary of a Parisian worker is about 1300 francs per year. The salary of a Parisian male worker cannot meet the needs of a family of 3, while the cost of a female worker is about 635 francs. After all expenses are taken out, they have less than 200 francs of surplus wages per year. This kind of salary was before the house prices in Paris did not rise. If Paris rents rise sharply, more will be required each year, and those who cannot afford housing will become unstable factors. So we have to plan ahead. I asked George Osman to set aside a lot of land on the outskirts of St. Anthony, where a huge community of workers will be built. In this way, I can use these cheap houses to force the houses in the center of Paris to lower their prices. Jerome Bonaparte explained to Augusta, and then added, we must eliminate the contradictions between the various classes as much as possible, and at the same time, provoke the internal contradictions between the various classes, so that they cannot be united together. Only in this way can the empire be in long-term stability. Augusta looked at her husband in surprise and suddenly found that she still didn't seem to know much about her husband. How did you get those data? Augusta asked Jerome Bonaparte. Investigate, collect evidence. Jerome Bonaparte responded indifferently, if you govern at will without data, you will be like a castle in the air. Building a community of workers requires huge funds. How do you solve these problems? Augusta asked Jerome Bonaparte again. The Tuileries Palace has no money, but Bonaparte has money. Jerome Bonaparte said with a sneer, they don't think I don't know, they secretly fished it out of this country behind my back. How much? Now is the time. It's time for them to give from. Jerome Bonaparte's complete usurpation of power to the present. The amount of money drawn from France's arms by the Bonaparte interest group that relies on itself has been no less than 500 million francs. The Bonaparte group can be said to have perfectly explained what the porter of nature is in a very short period of time point. If it wasn't for Jerome Bonaparte's restrictions, these gluttons who didn't know what to be satisfied would probably have devoured the entire foundation of France. Now is the time for them to contribute. Building a house in this book and then renting it to the workers is not necessarily a money-losing business. On the contrary, it is a long-running business, but these Bonaparte groups are used to making fast money, and naturally they don't look down on this method of making slow money. Will this cause their backlash? Augusta hesitated. Rebound! Exclamation mark. How can these guys have any qualifications to rebound? Jerome Bonaparte said contemptuously, a bunch of scoundrels. On May 18, 1853, Jerome Bonaparte brought together all the core members of the Bonaparte group. Since Jerome Bonaparte was summoned suddenly, everyone present did not understand what the purpose of Jerome Bonaparte was. It's like this. I plan to build a large-scale building in the suburb of Saint Antoine that can accommodate 100,000 people. This community will be open to the entire Parisian citizens. Jerome Bonaparte said bluntly to the Bonapartists present. As soon as Jerome Bonaparte finished speaking, Bonaparte in the audience had already started to whisper, and they understood that Jerome Bonaparte seemed to want to ask them for money. Now, the community has been approved by the Paris City Hall. I have a small savings myself, but I still knocked on some funds. So I called everyone together, just want everyone to brainstorm together, to come up with a solution. However, everyone please rest assured, the houses in the community are guaranteed to be rented at the market price. Jerome Bonaparte described the market prospects to the Bonapartists present, and now he is not at all like an emperor's attitude, but looks like a Philistine businessman. All the people sitting in the audience are his potential investors, but the following group of angel investors seem to have no interest in the community investment made by Jerome Bonaparte, and can quickly transfer the rights in their hands. Realize, I don't want to force you on this issue, as long as you do what you can. Jerome Bonaparte showed a hypocritical smile on the corner of his mouth. At the same time, Jerome Bonaparte set his eyes on his cousin Pierre Bonaparte. Pierre Bonaparte, who saw Jerome Bonaparte pay attention to himself, recalled the order that Jerome Bonaparte asked him to be a trust the day before. At first, Pierre Bonaparte didn't want to promise Jerome Bonaparte. He also used his power to get his money. Why should he pay for the emperor's ideas? Until Jerome Bonaparte shook out all the that Pierre Bonaparte had done and threatened Pierre Bonaparte not to follow his advice, he would just go back to Rome. Pierre Bonaparte crawls at the feet of the emperor, expressing that he will do so. I'm an old man. Before Pierre Bonaparte got up, Prince Montfort in the crowd was the first to express his support for Jerome Bonaparte. I'm also willing to invest in shares. Now that Prince Montfort has attracted a wave of hatred, Pierre Bonaparte can only bite the bullet and stand up and say, very good. Facing Pierre Bonaparte, who was on the road, Jerome Bonaparte modestly in satisfaction. With Prince Montfort and Pierre Bonaparte, two heavyweights of the Bonaparte family as examples, everyone present did not understand what they should do next. Point: the money is gone. You can make more money if you are estranged from the emperor. Riyadh1.com. Then don't think about the possibility of turning over for a lifetime. Next came the ministers in important positions, such as Morny, Pessiney, and Rouet. For them, the emperor has already borrowed money from them for financing. How dare they not lend it to the emperor? Émile Perel, the president of Société Générale, was even more generous, directly injecting 200 million francs into Jerome Bonaparte's dream. It's money that has been taken out of the mines with the blood and sweat of miners who have worked so hard in California and Melbourne. Thanks to the generous donations of members of the Bonaparte faction, Jerome Bonaparte quickly completed the first round of financing. On May 20th, a workers' credit bank with a market value of 350 million francs was quietly established in Paris. The newly established workers' credit bank changed hands and acquired several construction companies to merge them into one company. At the same time, with the secret support of Jerome Bonaparte, Georges Haussmann defeated the city council in the suburbs and won the ownership of the suburb of Saint-Antoine. In the future, a large area of the 12th arrondissement of Paris will be sold at a price of more than 100 francs per square meter. The low price is handed to this company. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385. 9th Russo-Turkish War. Just when some inquisitive guys wanted to dig deeper into the background of this newly established bank and company, Workers' Credit Bank, which should have kept a low profile, once again made an earth-shattering move. The president of the bank, actually recommended by Isaac Parel, the white glove chosen by Jerome Bonaparte, had just taken a large amount of suburban land from George Haussmann and could not wait to announce that a large number of cheap share houses were built on the acquired land to ease the rising rents in Paris. When the official reporter with a long gun and a short gun asked the president of the bank how many apartments would be built, the president of the bank did not respond directly to them, but raised a finger. 1,000 sets? One of the reporters blurted out subconsciously. In the next second, he was met with disgust by the president. His eyes seemed to say, "Are you looking down on their bank? 10,000 sets?" Another reporter boldly guessed. The president nodded and responded to all the reporters present. "That's right. To be precise, 15,000 houses. Moreover, these houses are only our first houses. There will be more and more houses in the future. Many houses appear in Paris, providing living security for the people of Paris." Having said that, a reporter from the Observer newspaper on the road immediately asked the president what the purpose of doing this was. "Paris is developing. The people of Paris are getting rich. I hope that, while we are getting rich together, don't forget that there is a group of people who are waiting to get rich. They are still living a life of austere food and clothing, and they still live all day long under the burrow. We should put more economy on them, on the vulnerable. The purpose of business is not only to make money. Business itself is also a kind of charity." The president told the speech that Jerome Bonaparte had polished in advance to the reporters present. He was indifferent to the bottom, and he would not have any common language with those people. All he did was just a mission. That's it. The president's words were like a sharp knife, cutting open the hearts of reporters. Only then did those reporters who lived at the bottom realize that they were one of the masses at this moment. The reporter sincerely hopes that there will be more and more people like this in Paris that evening. Almost all the newspapers in Paris were flooded with publicity for the Workers' Credit Bank and the French construction company. Left-wing newspapers praised the president as a responsible entrepreneur and wished their bank the best of luck. Right-wing newspapers also praised the governor for helping the poor by following the guidelines of order and morality. Of course, not everyone agrees with Workers' Credit Bank's plans to build affordable housing. In Paris, there is another group that hates private banks investing in cheap housing. This group of people are the landlords living in Paris, which can also be called the new landlords of France. Since George Haussmann announced the renovation of the Paris area, these new landlords living in Paris have begun to think about legal trust relations, rent increases, and other demolition. Just when they were full of joy and thought that they could finally get 1-to-1 compensation after the demolition. And then the fact that the rent of the house increased by 1 point. The Workers' Credit Bank has used actions to educate them about what it means to be unable to keep up with changes in their plans, and that 15,000 units of cheap housing can completely crush the housing stock in their hands. What's more, the Workers' Credit Bank did not say that after 15,000 sets, it would not be building the next installment. A flood of cheap rental properties hitting the market will only wreak havoc on existing rents. Therefore, in the eyes of this new rising rentier class, ICBC's actions are against them. This group of new rentier classes obviously couldn't accept these changes, and their main interests them forget the troops stationed outside Paris. They joined each other and went to Paris City Hall together, asking George Haussmann from Paris City Hall to give an explanation. But they found the wrong target. George Haussmann was also a dictatorial and arrogant high-ranking official. At some point he can even compete with Jérôme Bonaparte on some core issues and get Jérôme Bonaparte's approval. What's more, for these new landlords, George Haussmann did not show any sympathy for these new landlords who were discussing their opinions. He immediately scolded them for destroying the peace of the empire, disturbing the security of the empire, and claiming that he had the right to arrest them. When these new landlords heard that George Haussmann was going to be serious with them, they immediately gave in. They are no longer forcing George Haussmann to disapprove of Workers' Credit Bank land. Instead, he asked George Haussmann to ensure that the rent prices in Paris could not fall significantly. George Haussmann, who had heard the inside story of the low-cost house from Jérôme Bonaparte, naturally would not disagree with their request. After all, the more rent, the more tax the city of Paris can collect. If it wasn't for the emperor's forced request, George Haussmann would not be willing to care about the lives of those guys under the assurance of George Haussmann. This group of new landlords left Paris City Hall contentedly. Looking at the back of the group of new landlords leaving, George Haussmann showed a contemptuous smile at the corner of his mouth. This time, the actions of the new landlords did effectively force George Haussmann's concession. But they also successfully placed themselves on the opposite side of the toiling masses in Paris. It can be said that, if you injure the enemy 800, you will lose 1000. On May 20th, a plan for reformation of housing and construction of low-cost housing in Paris was sent to the Legislative Council from the Tuileries Palace. The plan emphasizes that Paris must build 30,000 standard housing units within 5 years, so as to ease the housing shortage in Paris. The signature at the bottom right of the plan was none other than Jérôme Bonaparte, and many non-core Bonaparte deputies realized that the mastermind behind all this was likely from the Tuileries Palace. When the plan came to the Bourbon Palace, the councillor of the Bourbon Palace approved the plan again. After the Legislative Council passed, the plan was once again placed in the Senate. The senators in the Senate also agreed to the contents of the plan. Then everything in the entire plan was made public by the Senate. In other words, the Workers' Credit Bank, the private bank, will take on the heavy responsibility of building low-cost housing. In return, the government will provide a certain degree of tax-free subsidies to the Workers' Credit Bank and its subordinate businesses within 5 years of the construction of the housing by the Workers' Credit Bank, and the equipment needed in the project will also be given to the French construction company at a preferential price. On May 21st, the president of the Workers' Credit Bank cooperated with the president of the Banque de France, the Comte d'Argaux. The Banque de France injects 80 million francs into the Workers' Credit Bank. However, this money was not handed over to the Workers' Credit Bank, but was placed in the Banque de France as a reserve, the purpose of which was to guarantee the Workers' Credit Bank point in all of France. No one is more secure than the Banque de France point. On May 23, the French construction company, a subsidiary of the Workers' Credit Bank, was officially listed on the Paris Stock Exchange. While Parisians wondered why the Workers' Credit Bank was not listed, they frantically bought shares in the French construction company. The stock has been climbing all the way. A construction company with a market value of only more than 60 million has exceeded 100 million in a blink of an eye, and it is still rising. The madness of the rentier class towards emerging industries is beyond Jerome Bonaparte's imagination. On May 25, Paris cheap housing was officially launched. In order to allow more people to participate in this huge project, under the order of Jerome Bonaparte, the general manager of the French construction company announced to the public to think about materials and collect suitable design plans. As long as the isolation is established, it doesn't matter if you are an engineer or an ordinary worker. The winning drawings of this competition will receive a set of houses given by the construction company, as well as a prize of 10,000 francs. The deadline is the beginning of July, which means that during this month, everyone can act under the temptation of housing, and a bonus of 10,000 francs. Most of the population of Paris was mobilized, and many workers went to work while thinking about the pattern of the drawings. The whole of Paris was completely mobilized by Jerome Bonaparte. It was at this time that Walewski, the ambassador for the Near East, once again received news from the Near East. May 26, 10 am. Just when Jerome Bonaparte was sitting down to deal with the documents, Foreign Minister Deroux broke into Jerome Bonaparte's study with a telegram. Deroux said to Jerome Bonaparte breathlessly, "Your Majesty, telegraph, telegraph. What happened to the Near East? Did something happen?" Seeing this, Riyadh1.com, Jerome Bonaparte quickly got up and came to Deroux. Holding Deroux in his hands, received the telegram. On May 25, the Ottoman Empire's Great Parliament was held again. During the parliamentary period, anti-Russian sentiments among the religious leaders of the Ottoman Empire were so high that the normal parliament was interrupted several times. Ultimately, the Ottoman Grand Council rejected Menshkov's terms. The Ottoman Empire and the Russian Empire are now completely broken. Ask for directions. Jerome Bonaparte read the information sent by Walewski from Constantinople word for word, and then calmly said to Deroux, who was standing by, "It seems that the Russian Empire has the Ottoman war is coming too." Deroux nodded to Jerome Bonaparte and replied, "If Ottoman doesn't want to become a puppet of the Russian Empire, then he must start a war. Now, summon the cabinet members immediately." Chapter 386, French Industrial Mobilization. Jerome Bonaparte, who smelled war in the telegram, immediately decided to hold a cabinet meeting to discuss the countermeasures. Of course, rather than discussing countermeasures, it is more about asking about the readiness of the French army and the timing of its entry into the Near East. Although it is said that the Crimea began in about October in history, and the official confrontation between the French Imperial Army and the Russian Imperial Army was in 1854, there is no guarantee that the Russian Empire will launch a war in advance. Judging from the intelligence of the Foreign War Bureau of the National Intelligence Service, Paskovich of the Russian Empire has been consciously carrying out conscious propaganda to Montenegro, Serbia, and Bulgaria, calling on them to rise up and overthrow the Ottoman Empire. And the group of waste spies under the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire couldn't see Paskovich's small movements at all. Of course, there is another possibility that they did not dare to tell the Sudan the news. In short, the entire Balkan region has been completely turned into a powder keg. As long as the Tsar decides to act, the rebels lurking in the soil of the Ottoman Empire will rise up. Although this group of rebels may not have beaten the regular army of the Ottoman Empire, they are still fully capable of harassing the Ottoman Empire. Jerome Bonaparte was a little worried that the Russian Empire would split into two groups, piercing through Bulgaria like a broken bamboo, and the navy logging in to occupy Constantinople. In this case, the French Empire may fall into a passive situation, which will cause them to die more people. Everyone is France's most valuable human resource. As soon as he said it, Jerome Bonaparte immediately called Mockert and ordered him to send the minister of State, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of War, the Minister of Justice, the Minister of the Navy, the Minister of the Interior, the Chief of the General Staff, and the Seal of the Palm. The ministers and railway ministers all called to the Tuileries Palace. Yes. Mocha took the order to leave. Follow me. Jerome Bonaparte led Derues to the Tuileries Palace cabinet meeting. In advance point, the two people sitting on the long table quietly waited for the arrival of the minister. After about an hour, all the ministers who were called arrived at the conference room. Everyone, today I asked you to discuss what to do next. Jerome Bonaparte said, straight to the point without any nonsense. Everyone present showed completely different expressions, some surprised, excited, and melancholy. Immediately afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte handed the telegram to Morny, the first minister of Ceylon, on his left, and said, "This is a telegram from Ambassador Walewski from Constantinople. Please pass it on to each other." Morny first read the contents of the telegram, and then handed the telegram to Fuld, the Minister of State, beside him. When the telegram reached Jerome Bonaparte again, another quarter of an hour passed. "Everyone, you can talk about what you think," Jerome Bonaparte said to the ministers of various departments present. "Your Majesty, does the breakdown of the negotiations between the Ottoman Empire and the Russian Empire mean that the war between the Ottoman Empire and the Russian Empire has begun?" Minister of State Fuld said first. "Nicholas, I is definitely not a guy who can give up. After the negotiation breaks down, he will definitely take action against the Ottoman Empire. I think you should also know that the transcendence of the Russian Empire is an opportunity for us in France, and the Kingdom of Britain, like us, will never allow it. The Russian Empire is out of bounds. They will stand with us against the Russian Empire. So we don't have to worry about the risk of isolation as before. Instead, we can use this opportunity to distance ourselves from Europe and completely exclude the Russian Empire from the system." Although Jerome Bonaparte has repeated this sentence many times, he still repeats it over and over again, in order to convince them that they can lead them to victory, and only then will they stand firmly with Jerome Bonaparte. No one wants to follow a loser who has no confidence. Secretary of State Fuld was silent. Seeing that all the ministers and ministers present were unwilling to speak, Jerome Bonaparte could only choose someone to ask. "Minister Montauban, how are the number of troops and the army's guns and supplies prepared now?" Jerome Bonaparte first asked the Minister of War, Cousin Montauban. Cousin Montauban immediately told Jerome Bonaparte that all the military stations along the southern route had been reorganized, and that the military stations had resumed the function of conscription. Therefore, the annual replenishment of the troops was also around 80,000, which was under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of War. Arsenals, garment factories, and cannery factories work at the behest of their subordinate committees. Very good. Jerome Bonaparte nodded to Cousin Montauban. Then, he turned his attention to Marshal St. Arnault, the Chief of the General Staff. "How is the situation of the staff at all levels?" "The staff of the army, division, brigade, and regiment have all been completed. You can leave at any time." Marshal St. Arnault replied to Jerome Bonaparte. "Yeah." Jerome Bonaparte nodded slightly to show his understanding, and then turned his attention to Baroche, the Minister of Railways. "Where is your Ministry of Railways?" "Your Majesty, the Ministry of Railways." Facing Jerome Bonaparte's sudden inquiry, Baroche was a little stunned for a while, and he didn't understand what Jerome Bonaparte meant. "The Ministry of Railways is the most important part of the war. You must cooperate with the work of the Ministry of War," Jerome Bonaparte said to Baroche in a stern tone. "From next month, all railways must be on time. Follow the plan on time. No one, including me, can change the plan without authorization. Extend the departure time of the train, so during this time, you must be more closely connected with the military." A look of disappointment flashed in Baroche's eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he could only reply to Jerome Bonaparte, "Yes, Marshal St. Arnault, you have to negotiate with Minister Baroche. When it comes to military matters, don't be sloppy." Roche wrote, "Understood." St. Arnault and Baroche responded quickly to Jerome Bonaparte. Next, Jerome Bonaparte asked the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Magnet, about the financial situation of France. Under the effect of high surtax on luxury goods, France's finances tend to be generally sound. It's just that the financial balance is not much. If you want to start a war, it is simply impossible. It is necessary to issue government bonds to the outside world. In the 19th, 20th, and even 21st centuries, no capitalist country has ever waged a massive war on its own fiscal surplus. Even a world empire like Britain has more debt than France. The debt of £450 million during the Napoleonic Wars is still around £240 million. Although Britain managed to destroy the first empire by wielding gold pounds, it also suffered the same degree of internal injuries. How much will this war cost? Jerome Bonaparte asked a silly question. Your Majesty, I can't predict the start of the war, and naturally I can't predict the end of the war. It all depends on your will, Manette said to Jerome Bonaparte euphemistically. Jerome Bonaparte suddenly realized that predicting the amount of money needed for a war would be a foolish act, given the decisions that had begun within the war. Although it is said that Jerome Bonaparte is confident that the Russian Empire will be completely destroyed within 2 years, but who knows if the Russian Empire will be more stubborn than history, and will various accidents happen in the middle? Everything is unpredictable. Point at this stage, all Jerome Bonaparte can do is to issue war bonds on demand. With the current finances of the Russian Empire, it would not be a match for France at all. When the war is over, Jerome Bonaparte must doubly draw back from the Russian Empire. Let's do it. For the war bond thing, keep those bankers ready. Jerome Bonaparte could only make them ready. Yes. Magnate said respectfully to Jerome Bonaparte. Immediately afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte asked the Minister of the Admiralty about the transport ships and warships. Of course, Decaux did not live up to Jerome Bonaparte's expectations of him. All the state-owned factories under the Naval Department and the factories under the control of the Navy all worked overtime and overtime. It is expected that the second ironclad will be launched at the end of September. Don't worry about the ironclad situation. Your focus now is how to ensure the smooth flow of the sea route. Jerome Bonaparte issued a new round of instructions to Decaux. Riyadh1.com to the Minister of the Interior Pesany. Jerome Bonaparte's instructions were even simpler, that is, to strictly monitor the social celebrities who were detained and imprisoned during the coup d'état on December 2, 1850. Although it is said that Jerome Bonaparte had 2 acts of pardon, one when he was proclaimed emperor and the other when he was married, it does not mean that he should relax his monitoring of them. In times of war, their mouths must be gagged to prevent them from talking indiscriminately. After the meeting, the Minister of Railways Beroche once again found Jerome Bonaparte, and he revealed to Jerome Bonaparte the predicament that the Railway Ministry is currently facing. The Ministry of Railways with huge debts may not be able to pay the extra costs of the war at the same time as paying the bonds and interest, which is likely to cause the entire Ministry of Railways to face bankruptcy. In recent years, the bonds issued by the Ministry of Railways have at least exceeded 1 billion. Once it goes bankrupt, it will inevitably cause the entire French economy to collapse. Jerome Bonaparte has a solution for this. Chapter 387, Railway Bond Control Ordinance. Can the Ministry of Railways suspend all exchange of railway bonds during the war? Jerome Bonaparte tentatively suggested to Beroche to suspend the exchange of railway bonds. Beroche, who was standing beside Jerome Bonaparte, showed a shocked expression. He was obviously frightened by the suggestion made by Jerome Bonaparte. What's the matter? Can't it? Jerome Bonaparte tapped on the table lightly and joked to Beroche with his legs crossed with a smile. What difficulties can you say? I'm not an arbitrary person, tyrant. You are more terrible than a tyrant. Beroche meditated in the depths of his heart. Jerome Bonaparte's tactic simply made him deduct money from the banker in Paris. There are no bankers behind any of the 4 major railway bureaus in the east, west, north, south, and middle. Jerome Bonaparte's strategy is to freeze the money deposited by the bankers in the railway. That money is not a small amount, but it is worth billions of francs. The daily interest alone can make a large number of people worry about food and clothing. Not to mention, these banks are themselves a transit point. They use the bank to collect the money of a large number of retail investors, and then use their money to generate more money. After this part of the funds is frozen, a small number of banks are likely to fall into the risk of capital chain collapse. No sane monarch would do such a thing, but Beroche suddenly thought of the situation in which Jerome Bonaparte had shot at the Rothschild family, and he wondered if his monarch would want to rob the banker again. So far, Berosh can only bite the bullet and explain to Jerome Bonaparte the connection between the companies and banks behind the 5 branches of the Ministry of Railways, and gently remind Jerome Bonaparte not to freeze the railway bonds rashly exchange, at least not without paying the bankers the interest on the railroad bonds, otherwise there could be a chain reaction in Paris financial markets. Who told you that I want to freeze their interest? Jerome Bonaparte cast a surprised glance at Baroche. He suddenly realized that the lawyer in front of him had a darker heart than he. Jerome Bonaparte himself only wanted to temporarily freeze the channels for the exchange of railway bonds, so that there would be a large-scale run, and the problem of bankruptcy. Should the interest be paid or paid, as long as the bankers could fool the people, the railway would be safe and sound operation. During the war, however, those bankers had to bear some of the losses themselves. However, Barras wanted to freeze all their principal and interest. It was really beyond Jerome Bonaparte's expectations. What do you mean? Baroche immediately realized that he had misunderstood what the emperor meant, and he hurriedly asked, freeze railway exchange, but not the interest on railway bonds themselves, especially short-term bonds. Jerome Bonaparte explained to Baroche, Your Majesty, in this case, how should the government explain to those bankers who invested in us? Baroche asked Jerome Bonaparte with a bitter face. Explain? Jerome Bonaparte showed a contemptuous smile at the corner of his mouth. His voice raised a few decibels involuntarily. Those guys got so many benefits from the empire. Now, I don't want to let them bleed a little bit. In the whole of Europe, which country is more tolerant to them than we are? You can tell those guys, if you want to explain. Yes, let them come to the Tuileries, and I will explain it to them myself. Jerome Bonaparte's expression and tone all showed his determination. He would not accommodate the Bonaparte family like his cousins in history, nor would he let economic crises arise like history. Freezing railroad bonds and sharing part of the risk with those bankers may not be the best solution, but it is certainly the most effective way. They won't make a big fuss about the railways until they have their funds firmly tied to the railways. Otherwise, judging by what Jerome Bonaparte knew about bankers, once the Crimean War begins, there will inevitably be a panic in the railway market. Those bankers who hold a lot of bonds will inevitably panic and cause the price of railway bonds to fall sharply. The panic caused by the fall will inevitably lead to the frenzied selling of the people, and then they will use the money in hand to buy back at a price lower than the previous market. In this way, the notoriety of the railway is borne by the government. The government loses its credibility, the people lose money, and they gain benefits. 4. The financial security of the empire. We must do this. Jerome Bonaparte replied calmly again. Appropriate regulation is conducive to the stable development of the market. Subsequently, Jerome Bonaparte told Baroche that he would send him a qualified supervisor to help the Ministry of Railways supervise railway bonds. What Baroche didn't understand was that the guy sent by His Majesty was not so much to supervise their management of railway bonds as to monitor their nonsense. For such surveillance, Barras is still very welcome. Even he himself has no confidence in being able to suppress those bankers. Only with the help of the Emperor's banner can he completely suppress them. Your Majesty, who are you going to send to the Ministry of Railways for guidance? Barras euphemistically changed surveillance into guidance. One of them is Prince Lucien Murat, said Jerome Bonaparte to Baroche. Lucien Murat, whose full name is Lucien Charles Joseph Napoleon Murat, is the second son of Marshal Murat, King of Naples, and Caterina Bonaparte. The marshal who once made great achievements in the First Empire was deeply loved and used by Emperor Napoleon, the uncle of Jerome Bonaparte, so he was tied to the chariot of the First Empire by marriage by the emperor. Marshal Murat's life was to implement the belief of living for the empire and dying for the empire. After a series of military failures in the empire, Murat was also seized by the Austrian army due to his reversal during the 100 Days dynasty. Captured the kingdom of Naples. Murat himself also failed to meet a general as reasonable as Wellington, and was shot by the Austrian army. After the events of 1815, Murat, who was only 12 years old, settled in Trieste with his mother Catherine Napoleon and brother Agui Charles Ruse Napoleon Murat, and in 1824. In 2008, he traveled to the United States with his uncle and brother. After arriving in the United States, Lucien Murat and his brother spent nearly 7 years without success, and what was even worse was that there was not much money left by Prince Murat. In view of the worship of titles in the New World in the 19th century, Lucien Murat and his older brother Agi Murat decided to marry an American woman to support them for the rest of their lives. Achel Murat successfully married George Washington's niece by virtue of the title of Prince Murat, and Lucien Murat married the descendant of the Duke of Lovat of Trenton. After the marriage, the life of the older brother and younger brother was quite pleasant, but the good times did not last long. The continuous business failures made the lives of the two families become poor. The failures in the past few years left Lucien Murat's family wealthy with little left, and only the school founded by his wife was barely able to survive. The active Lucien Murat began to set his sights on Europe. During the period from 1839 to 1847, Lucien Murat had several trips between Europe and the United States. Every time he tried to enter France, he was ruthlessly rejected by the government of Louis Philippe. To make matters worse, after Lucien Murat returned to the United States from Europe for the last time, he was suddenly told that his brother Agi Murat was in danger of dying. Although the doctors had tried their best to rescue bloodletting treatment, Agi Murat still could not escape the blessing of death. As Agi Murat was middle-aged and childless, Lucien Murat inherited the title of prince from his brother. A year after Lucien Murat succeeded the prince, a great revolution took place in France, and Jérôme Bonaparte became president of France in December. After learning that Jérôme Bonaparte had become president, Lucien Murat immediately sold his family property in the United States, took his wife and 4 children back to France to meet Jérôme Bonaparte, and fantasized about being able to receive Jérôme Bonaparte. Reuse of M. Bonaparte. Fantasy is fantasy after all, and reality has dealt a heavy blow to Lucien Murat, because Jérôme Bonaparte is not a guy who likes to help relatives. For a guy like Lucien Murat who is capable of not being heavy, the condition given by Jérôme Bonaparte is that money can be given, but power should not be touched. From 1849 to 1853. Lucien Murat existed only as an embellishment for the Bonaparte family. Only after the establishment of the empire did Lucien Murat improve a little, and was awarded the post of senator by Jérôme Bonaparte. Riyad 1. As a member of the Senate. Of course, this position is to allow Lucien Murat to get a little more money, and don't even think about other powers, since Béroche often needs to go to the Legislative Council and the Senate for routine debriefing reports. He often greets Lucien Murat, and he also has some good impressions of this prince. Compared with other ambitious Prince Bonaparte, this Prince Murat is extraordinarily stable. A prudent prince is far more qualified for this position than a prince who only knows nonsense all day. Pierre Bonaparte, and supervising railway bonds is not a job that has much technical content. However, when Jérôme Bonaparte said the name of the second supervisor, Béroche, who had been vaccinated in advance, was still taken aback. The other is Jérôme Patterson, the son of my half-brother. He can be regarded as my nephew. However, he should still be on his way here. Chapter 388, Patriotic Feelings at a Clear Price. For Jérôme Bonaparte, the second mention of supervisors, Béroche is the first two. In the high society of Paris, who does not know about the *** of Prince Montfort? Back then, when Jérôme Bonaparte was not yet president, many politicians were still making fun of Jérôme Bonaparte's family. As Jérôme Bonaparte has been in office for longer and longer, few people are making fun of these issues. Especially after the emperor launched a coup to establish the Third Republic, many people kept silent about his family problems, for fear of causing unnecessary trouble for themselves. Now that the emperor himself took the initiative to talk about this with him, Barras didn't understand the meaning behind the emperor for a while. Was it to let him? Jérôme Bonaparte saw through Béroche's concerns at a glance, and he let Béroche relax with a chuckle. Don't worry. There's no other meaning. I just arranged an errand for the unmasked nephew that I had. That's all. Otherwise, my old man might not be happy. Jérôme Bonaparte's frank eyes and sincere words kept Béroche from thinking wildly. Whether it is Lucien Murat or Jérôme Patterson, they are all laymen in finance. I hope you can teach them some financial knowledge, so that they can gain more knowledge. Especially me, that nephew. Jérôme Bonaparte mentioned his nephew many times to Béroche, and the implication was to let Béroche give his nephew more opportunities to exercise Beroche, who had been up and down for many years, immediately understood what Jerome Bonaparte meant, and he hurriedly assured Jerome Bonaparte that he would help Jerome Patterson well. "Okay. I told you what I had to say. Just pass on what I said to those guys," Jerome Bonaparte said to Beroche with a smile. "Don't worry. I will definitely convey your will to them." Beroche assured Jerome Bonaparte. Then, Jerome Bonaparte invited Beroche to dinner. After dinner, Barras left the Tuileries Palace on May 30th. The railway minister, Beroche, sent an invitation to his semi-official committee, inviting all the bankers on the committee to a party. Bankers including Alphonse Rothschild and Isaac Perel attended Beroche's party. The venue for the meeting was set in the newly built Louvre Hotel. It is said that one of the shareholders behind the two hotels is Barras. Of course, this is what the benevolent sees the benevolent and the wise sees the wisdom. How could the clean and honest Barras be the owner of this hotel? The reason why Barras chose this hotel is purely because of the better service and attitude of this hotel, not for other reasons at all. As for why the Louvre Hotel implements preferential policies for officials of the Ministry of Railways, this is of course to promote candid communication between the hotel management and government officials. Absolutely no prerogatives. The bankers who knew the insider of the hotel for a long time were naturally not too talkative. They were just wondering why the Minister of Railways asked them to come here at this time. It was impossible for them to really have a meal. The bankers who were standing in the hall waiting for Beroche's summons gathered together in groups of 3 and 5 to whisper, discussing why Minister Beroche called them here, and Alphonse Rothschild was no exception. Compared to these guys gathering together and guessing randomly, Alphonse prefers to focus on the guy who is very likely to know the inside story. Looking around, Alphonse Rothschild quickly set his sights on banker Isaac Perel. Since Jerome Bonaparte became president, the two brothers of the Perel family began to send money to the emperor in a different way, so the two brothers were deeply loved by the emperor and made a lot of money these years. Alphonse also found out that Isaac Perel's brother, Émile Perel, was helping the emperor run the Société Générale. In theory, he should be the most well-informed among their group. So, Alphonse Rothschild approached Isaac Perel and asked in a low voice, "Mr. Isaac, what do you think Minister Barras is looking for us?" Isaac Perel glanced at the son of his patron, shook his head and said, "I don't know more than you." Alphonse Rothschild, who had no clue from Isaac Perel's words, gave up asking Isaac Perel. Think about it. If the Perel brothers really knew about the government's actions, they could not wait to send money to the emperor. Now it seems that the banquet is not a good banquet. Alphonse Rothschild, who had the mentality of taking one step at a time, did not speak, but quietly waited for Barras' summons. Not long after, a squire appeared in front of the bankers and said respectfully to the bankers present, "The leaders of Bank Street, please come with me. Your Excellency Beroche has been waiting for you for a long time." After speaking, the attendant bowed and made an inviting gesture, then walked in front of the group to lead the way. The banker also followed the footsteps of the attendants, stepping on the stairs with a Persian red carpet, and the attendants led the banker to the banquet hall on the 3rd floor of the Louvre Hotel. Pushing open the copper-plated door carved with the gods of ancient Greek mythology, the figure of the railway minister Barras appeared in front of everyone. At this time, Barras was sitting at the main seat of a long dining table. There were selfie-pair wood seats on both sides of the dining table, and 2 bronze candlesticks were placed on the white tablecloth. There is a burning candle, and around the candlestick is also the delicacy that Barras specially designed for today's party, including steak, French snails, foie gras, caviar and so on. Although it can't be compared with the court banquet, it also cost Barras a lot of money. "Everyone, please sit down." Barras, who was sitting in the main seat, stretched out his hand and invited everyone present to sit down. The bankers present sat down according to the names corresponding to the seats, and the one sitting next to Beroche was naturally the most powerful and youngest Alphonse Rothschild, and the younger and relatively old Baron Jean-Henri Houtinger, 50. One controlled all the operations of the French Rothschild family branch, and the other, through his wife, annexed the old man who was also the founding director of the Bank of France in 1848. It can be said that they are the two oldest families among all the bankers present. However, even the oldest Rothschild is only the third generation. However, after 3 generations, the wealth owned by the Rothschild family has exceeded the wealth accumulated by the family in the previous tens or even hundreds of years with its open and hanging productivity. Capital has completed the wealth accumulated for thousands of years in the feudal period. Although the wealth of the bankers present could completely crush Barris, they did not dare to make trouble in front of Barris, just like just now. Even if Barris wanted to hang them, they didn't dare to have a trace of complaints on their faces. After everyone was seated, Barrosh smiled and invited the bankers present to start. Most of the bankers did not come for their appetite at all. They simply cut a piece of steak from the plate, and then after stuffing it into his mouth, he put down the aluminum knife and fork in his hand. The whole restaurant seemed to fall into a silent and awkward atmosphere. "Eat it. Why don't you eat it? Isn't today's dish to your taste?" While enjoying the steak on the plate, Barrosh invited the banker to continue enjoying the food. "No, Your Excellency Minister, today's food is very delicious. We are very satisfied with your hospitality." Jean Henry Hotting and the Baron immediately complimented Barrosh, and then asked cautiously, "It's just that we don't. Do you know what you want us to do for you, and for the Empire?" "Yes, Your Excellency Minister, as long as you speak, we are willing to do anything for the sake of the Empire." "Your Excellency Minister, please tell us what we need to do." After having a successful career, the banker talked to Barrosh in order to no longer worry about them, during which they did not forget to express their love for the Empire. As if no one loves the Empire more than they do. Seeing the banker, who was eager to throw his head in blood for the Empire, Barrosh didn't continue to sell. He put down the tabloid in his hand, wiped his mouth and said calmly, "Since you all can't wait to serve the Empire, then I won't hide it. I do have an important thing to call you this time, and I want to announce it to you." The bankers listened intently to Barrosh's next speech. Riyadh1.com. For fear of missing out on the institution that made the fortune, the Empire will strengthen the supervision of railway bonds from June. Barrosh told Jérôme Bonaparte's strategy to all the bankers present. Sure enough, the banker who heard the news that the Ministry of Railways asked to stop exchanging railway bonds immediately changed his face, and the atmosphere in the whole hall became abnormally depressed. "What's the matter, everyone? Why are you all looking like this? Didn't you just say that you want to serve the Empire?" Barrosh sternly reprimanded the banker, and he wanted to send all the grievances he suffered under the Emperor to them. "Is it true that what you said just now is a lie? Ask yourself how much wealth it has brought to you after the establishment of the Empire, and now the Empire wants you to take out a few big sons. Is it so difficult? Or, say, you don't have an empire in your heart at all?" "No, Your Excellency, we are very grateful for everything the Empire has done. They have created an environment suitable for investment, a stable government. It has enabled us to end the chaos and steadily expand our business. We should do something for the Empire. What we can do." The person who spoke was not Isaac Parrell, but Chapter 389, Unscrupulous Banker. "We are very willing to do what we can for the Empire." Under the eyes of the public, Alphonse Rothschild, who had been hoped by the bankers to fight against the government's oppression, decided to kneel in the bankers' surprised eyes and swore to Barrosh, "As long as the government needs it, we Rothschilds are fully capable of cooperating with all government actions." After listening to Rothschild's declaration of loyalty, Barrosh was a little confused for a while. My enemy becomes my teammate. Barrosh, who originally regarded Alphonse as a hard bone, felt dull for a while, and then immediately filled with joy. He looked around the bankers at the table with sharp eyes, and from their different expressions, Barrosh got an answer. There is a high probability that Alphonse Rothschild's actions were not discussed with the bankers present, otherwise they would not show such an expression. Thinking of this, Barrosh's heart can't help but feel refreshed. Just like when you are thirsty, a glass of ice water is suddenly placed in front of you. Immediately afterward, Barrosh hypocritically applauded Alphonse Rothschild. "Mr. Alphonse is right. The Empire needs entrepreneurs like Alphonse who care for the country. France also needs to report to Rothschild. A responsible bank like Deutsche Bank There is a saying that the bridal sedan chair carries people, and Alphonse Rothschild also has the cheek to praise Berosh as a good minister who is worried about the country, and then put on a preaching face to make the bankers present. For the sake of everyone in the empire, he gave up his little family point after hearing that Alphonse Rothschild flattered Berosh and the emperor shamelessly. Some of the bankers present felt very depressed. You Rothschild bankers have a great business and can reduce losses by borrowing from major European banks. These small and medium-sized banks do not have the risk-resisting ability of Rothschild banks. If there is a slight twist, their bank will face the risk of bankruptcy. Of course, the so-called small and medium-sized banks are compared with Rothschild's capital chain, which can easily be hundreds of millions of francs. Any banker who can enter the Baroque table is not holding millions or even tens of millions. Bank. What they say is that there is no money, but the capital chain is slightly unable to turn around. However, as long as they can stabilize the value of the railroad bonds, they are not at risk of bankruptcy. Beres reprimands Alphonse's reversal, and bankers' pessimism about state intervention made some bankers head for a broken jaw. However, now they still dare not point at Berosh's nose and scold Berosh for destroying the free economy. They are extremely aggrieved and can only defend in a low voice to express their protest against the government's freezing of railway bonds. Your Excellency Minister, Mr. Alphonse, you are right. The chaos at the end of the empire has stabilized the market and allowed everyone present to make a lot of money. We are all willing to work with the empire to support each other and get out of the way difficulties, even if we sacrifice all our property for it. One of the bankers said to Berosh, only when the empire does this. Why don't you tell us in advance and let us do something? Get ready. Take my bank as an example. In addition to investing in railways, I have also invested in government bonds, mines, and a bunch of factories under my command. These all require a lot of money to maintain. Once there is a flaw in a certain link, the company is about to face the risk of a shortage of funds and bankruptcy. No one can help me resist this kind of risk, and we can only suffer the bitter fruit by ourselves. Several bankers who had the same experience nodded their heads in agreement, and then the banker lowered his head and said with a resigned attitude, since you have already said that the railway bonds need to be frozen, fine, I'm willing to pay for the government. But we don't want the government to rudely tell us the result every time, after everything has been done. This makes us very passive. These are the words that the banker mustered up the courage to say. After he said these words, his heart had already accepted the blow that Beres might give him next. After a long time, Beres, who was sitting in the main seat, said, "This, sir, can I think that you are just complaining to me, Your Excellency?" The banker hesitated for a moment. He knew that this was the step that Berosh left him, and he stepped back a little. You may think so. This is my little advice to the empire. We all desire a stable political environment where our property and lives are not threatened by mobs, but what we desire more is that our freedoms are not restricted. Freedom, in the words of bankers, means that they can withdraw as they please. Sir, I don't want to discuss too much about your freedom, but if you think the empire is too strict with you, then you can also go to the free country. The credit of the empire is based on stability, and the necessary circumstances stability is better than freedom. Berosh made a distressed expression and looked around the bankers. I know your hearts are not satisfied with this government action, but this is also for the sake of the overall situation. I can be like you guarantee that once the cloud of war clears, everything will return to the way it was, and you don't have to worry about the government's continued control. To be honest, we are also unwilling to do such offending things. However, this is a necessary means. Presumably all of you, like me, are reluctant to see the newly established empire fall into civil strife once again. Bankers who still have a fresh memory of the 1848 revolution are naturally unwilling to face that kind of situation again. The flow of funds is one aspect, and more importantly, it is also a threat to their lives. Therefore, the bankers present were not very opposed to Berosh's proposal to freeze railway bonds and only pay interest. As long as the empire is stable, then they can continue to extract profits from France. Also, you can't keep your eyes on France. Eastern Europe and the vast majority of the world are uncultivated and barren land. As long as the empire defeats them, you can gallop as much as you like. Barosh naked bankers who were there on time. The bankers present immediately understood what Barosh meant. As long as the shackles restricting France disappeared, they would be able to frantically attack the city and loot the land. What? Do you mean, the empire will definitely be able to overthrow the Russian Empire and then win? The banker, who knew nothing about military affairs, asked Barosh doubtfully. I can be sure. Our army is fully prepared. Barosh nodded firmly and said, during the war, the empire will generate a large number of orders and war bonds. These war bonds. Barosh, who had long known the war bond channel, deliberately whetted the appetite of the bankers after hearing the order and war bonds. The banker, who was still approving, immediately swept away the slump and gallantly said to Barosh, Your Excellency Minister, can those war bonds be handed over to us? Yes. Can the war bonds be handed over to us? Another banker also said, Don't he talk about them? Even Baron Hottinger couldn't hold back the idea of taking a piece of the cake. He coughed softly. After hearing the cough of his life, the bankers present the preaching fell silent, and they knew that Baron Hottinger was about to do something about the cake. Look at each of you, what kind of decency you are. Baron Hottinger first put on a preaching face to criticize the bankers present, and then smiled at Barosh and asked reservedly, Your Excellency Minister, I don't know if we can do this batch of war bonds. We'd love to serve the empire. Barosh glanced at the smart Baron Hottinger. So far, he, who has not expressed his position, finally showed his foxtail. However, Baron Hottinger still does not have a clear position on the freezing of railway bonds, so Barosh also vaguely said to Baron Hottinger, the empire will not forget those who contributed to him. Okay. Baron Hottinger made up his mind. He first glanced at everyone present, and then knocked on the table and said loudly, I don't care what abacus you have in your heart .riyadh1.com, but at this time, we must unite closely around the empire. If you let me know who is holding back, a sneer appeared on the corner of Hottinger's mouth, and all the bankers, including Alphonse Rothschild, couldn't help but feel tight. This guy's no better than James Rothschild. Many bankers had just expelled James Rothschild with the help of the emperor, and in a blink of an eye they met another ruthless character. Okay, everyone, I've already said what I have to say. The rest is up to you. Barosh also played a rounding off, because he didn't want to make things so rigid. Eat. Baron Hottinger returned to his kind-hearted look. Picking up the knife and fork again, he cut a piece of steak ruthlessly, and chewed it in his mouth. The remaining bankers also picked up the cutlery again, and the banquet continued until 11 o'clock in the evening. The bankers left one after another, and Barosh, who watched the bankers leave, couldn't help shaking his head. At 11:30 in the evening, Alphonse Rothschild returned to the mansion and told about what happened at the Louvre Hotel in his study. That old guy Hottinger. James Rothschild shook his head involuntarily, regretting his impulse in his heart. Father, should we tell the Austrian side? He asked in a low voice, more concerned about telling the Austrian Rothschild bank than Alphonse Rothschild. Baron Hottinger, you're already the head of the bank. You have to figure out some things yourself. Chapter 390, Semi-Military Railway. In the end, Alphonse Rothschild decided to tell the Rothschild branch in Austria that the French Empire was going to take action against the Russian Empire through the secret channels of the Rothschild family. He believed that the Austrian branch would definitely tell the Austrian government whether the Austrian government is willing to maintain peace with the French Empire, or whether it is willing to fight against France, for the Russian Empire is not what Alphonse Rothschild cares about. On June 1st, when the Parisians were discussing the design of cheap public housing, no one noticed that the Ministry of Railways was quietly stopping the exchange of long-term and short-term bonds. Under the joint efforts of the big banks, it has generally shown a steady and positive development. However, after the hasty stop of the exchange, the railway bonds still experienced a small decline, and a small-scale panic followed. However, depending on the mouthpieces of the major banks, the railway bond argument is only a technical adjustment. Some unbelievers wanted to exchange bonds, and the bank agreed to their exchange. After repeated inquiries with the cooperation of bankers and functional departments, railway bonds finally passed the most thrilling stage and the early stage. Barosh, who had passed the first threshold of the railway bond crisis, had not had time to take a breath. Chief of the General Staff Saint Arnault brought members of the railway department under the General Staff to Beroche Point. Barris could only take a break and receive Saint Arnault and others street. Arnault, who had just sat down, didn't say anything nonsense. He pointed directly at the members of the railway department and said, "I'll leave these people to you. Some of them are inexperienced, please bear with me." Naturally. Of course Beroche understood that everything was for war. Since His Majesty has agreed with Saint Arnault, what reason does he have to stop him? Just do your best to cooperate. Afterwards, Marshal Saint Arnault sternly said to several officers of the railway department, "You all came from the railway department and then went to the south to conduct surveys along the line. Point. I believe in your strength and you should repay me with practical actions. I don't care what the reason is, you must guarantee me that the material transportation and troop transportation of the railway must be completed on time and on time." Got it. Understood. The young officer of the railway department replied sonorously. "Very good. As long as you can successfully complete the tasks I explained, I guarantee that you will be promoted smoothly." Marshal Saint Arnault didn't care about Barris at the side. He said to himself. The face of the young officer once again burst into a smile. Once upon a time, the logistical members of the French army were raised by a group of stepmothers. When the front line was fighting, they desperately prepared supplies. Small transparent. Under such circumstances, not many people are willing to take the responsibility of the logistics department, and the officers subconsciously think that the logistics is a place to support idlers. Since the emperor established the empire, he has been paying close attention to logistical issues. After Marshal Saint Arnault established the general staff, he even included the promotion mechanism of the logistical department into the promotion regulations. This also means that the logistics department got rid of the era of bitter and transparent people and officially became a part of the army. And the ranks of the officers can also be moved up. Compared with the excited officer, Baroche's face showed a trace of unnaturalness. Not to mention that Saint Arnault taught his men on Baroche's territory. Just speaking of what Saint Arnault just said, Barris felt as if he was encouraging these officers to seize power over their Ministry of Railways. If it wasn't for an extraordinary period, Barris would never let it go. Right now, everything can only be conceded to the war. As for some of Saint Arnault's words, Barris just pretended that he didn't hear anything. Afterwards, Saint Arnault officially handed over these officers from the railway department to Baroche, and then left the railway department alone, and went to the war department to formulate a battle plan. Barris looked blankly at the group of railway officers in front of him, and said in a firm tone, "Since Marshal Saint Arnault handed you over to me, then I will demand you by strict means." Understood. The officers responded in unison. "Follow me." Afterwards, Baroche asked the officers to follow him to the conference hall. Baroche, who met the Secretary of State of the Ministry of Railways in the corridor, immediately issued an order to the Secretary of State, ordering him to send all the officials at the department and bureau level of the 5 bureaus under the Ministry of Railways, all called to the office. The Secretary of State, who received the order, modestly to convey the order, and Barris and the officer came to the conference hall first. With the passage of time, all the cadres of the 5 bureaus and bureaus came to the conference hall. Everyone had a surprised look on their faces. They didn't understand what the officer standing behind Barris was doing. After all the officials at the bureau level had arrived, Barris said, "You must be wondering why the soldiers are here." None of the people present said a word, and he looked forward to hearing the reason from Barris. "I'll tell you," Barris said with a serious tone and a dignified expression. "A war is coming." The faces of the members of the Eastern Railway Bureau and the Southern Railway Bureau turned pale instantly. Due to the confidentiality of the war and the general staff, not many people, except for the ministerial level and some specific personnel, knew that the emperor had already planned to launch a war. When Barris spit out war, in their opinion, the war is most likely in the Strasbourg region or the Alps region, which means that the Eastern and Southern railways may be in danger. Especially the Southern Railway Bureau. They have long known that there are large quantities of materials transported in Lyon and Marseille, which means that the war is likely to start from the Apennine Peninsula. "Don't worry, we are not at war with Germany." Barris' next sentence pulled the officials of these two regions from **** to heaven. The Imperial Army is going to go on an expedition So we must cooperate with the army and plan well. Operation of trains. It is necessary to satisfy the transportation of the army as much as possible. After the director of the Southern Railway Bureau glanced at Baroche, he said politely, "Your Excellency Minister, if this is the case, our railway operation may face some difficulties. With the existing transportation capacity, it may not be possible to do both. I don't care about any capacity issues. You have to assure me that the Ministry of Railways will ensure the normal operation of the daily railway trains while protecting the army." Barras of the Ministry of Railways showed an inhumane attitude. He knew that his subordinates could not take care of it, but it was just a retreat left for himself. He had calculated the transportation capacity of the railway and finally came to the conclusion that the transportation capacity was more than enough. So now he wants to block this retreat and let them move forward without a hitch. The timetable is accurate to every minute, and the arrival time error can be within 10 minutes. Make every effort to ensure the normal operation of the railway. Barras gave a death order to the officials present, and then shouted loudly, "Have you understood?" "Understood." The officials present responded with a lack of confidence. "These officers will be stationed here to coordinate the transportation of the army. The railways along the line will also deploy certain soldiers and officers as before to coordinate the transportation of materials and maintain the smooth operation of the transportation." Barras pointed to said the officer behind him. The officer of the railway department immediately straightened his body with a smug expression on his face. The members of the Ministry of Railways sitting in the chairs have already vaguely guessed that military control may be implemented next. No one likes military control, especially when they think that their rights may be restricted by the military. Their hearts are even more uncomfortable. However, suffering is suffering because they did not have the courage to refute Baroche's words because of their obedience to authority. "Okay. From today onwards, you are colleagues." Seeing that the members of the Ministry of Railways agreed to each other, Baroche struck while the iron was hot to get acquainted with each other. The Ministry of Railways and the General Staff, which were originally unrelated departments, reluctantly cooperated under the help of Jerome Bonaparte. However, you reading www.urkanshu.com. This cooperation is not a cooperation on an equal standpoint, and the cooperation of the General Staff Department is above the Ministry of Railways. Naturally, this kind of cooperation will also be complained by the Ministry of Railways. But now who cares about those rumors? Everything has to give way to war. In the early morning of June 5th, a steam express ship sailing from the far western New World cut through the sea fog floating in the English Channel, and with an indomitable posture, it broke through the comfort of the waves without fear, and approached the port of Calais. When the clipper gradually approached the port of Calais, the eagle flag hanging on the sail of the clipper could be clearly seen. On the eagle flag clipper, a young man with a face somewhat similar to Prince Montfort was slowly emerging from the cabin. Judging the age from his immature face, the young man was probably less than 20 years old. At this time, he was wearing a military uniform from the First Empire that his grandmother specially let him wear, standing on the bow overlooking the French mainland in the distance. That's right, he is Jerome Bonaparte's half-brother son Jerome Patterson. After returning to France from the New World, he couldn't wait to kiss this land he had never set foot on. Just as Jerome Patterson was looking at the French mainland, Brigadier General Fleury, who was waiting in the port of Calais, also saw the clipper flying the eagle flag, and a smile appeared on his face. After waiting for so long, I finally got this illegitimate child. If it wasn't for His Majesty's special order, Fleury would not have come to Calais to wait. After all, Jerome Patterson's identity is really embarrassing. Whether it can be turned from an illegitimate child to an orthodox successor depends on the attitude of the emperor. Chapter 391, His Royal Highness Bonaparte. www.riyadh1.com.net, the fastest update to make France great again. Latest chapter. When Brigadier General Fleury and his entourage boarded the steam clipper one after another, Jerome Patterson, who was standing on the bow, smiled at Fleury and the others before him, and extended his hand to Fleury. "Patterson, Your Highness." Brigadier General Fleury shook hands with the young Jerome Patterson, while hesitating how he should call the other of the Bonaparte family in front of him. In the end, Fleury determined to call Jerome Patterson His Royal Highness. Since the Emperor has chosen to send himself to greet him, it means that he is friendly towards Jerome Patterson. What's more, Fleury also heard some rumors that the Emperor was going to let this fellow from afar to hold an important position. Although Fleury didn't like Jerome Patterson, he didn't want to offend the Bonaparte family too much. I'm not an electronic version yet, just call me Jerome Patterson. Jerome Patterson said in a calm tone with a kind smile on his face. Before Jerome Patterson arrived in France from the United States, he had already learned from his grandmother about the difficulties he faced when he wanted to return to the orthodox Bonaparte family. The patriarch is his funny masked uncle. His grandmother had told him that his uncle would only be able to return them to the Bonaparte family if he did all he could to please his uncle. As for Brigadier General Fleury's entanglement about his title, Jerome Patterson can understand, and he doesn't even want to cause them trouble. After all, the ruler of this country is his uncle, Jerome Bonaparte. In the case that Jerome Bonaparte did not officially accept them as a member of the Bonaparte family, it is normal that no one wants to have too much contact with them. Jerome Patterson's very understanding speech made Brigadier General Fleury feel a little good about the prince in front of him, and he hurriedly said to Jerome Patterson, "Your Excellency Patterson, the carriage that came to meet you is ready." "Yeah, you very much." After speaking, Jerome Patterson nodded lightly and followed Commodore Fleury to disembark. The people who left the port of Calais did not walk a few steps before they came to a fork carriage. The whole black carriage was engraved with the eagle emblem symbolizing the Bonaparte family. This was obviously Jerome Patterson. Next to Jerome Patterson's car, there are several smaller cars, which are the cars of Fleury and his entourage. Jerome Patterson looked at the carriage in front of him with a hint of surprise on his face. Judging from the style and model of the carriage, it was probably only comparable to Queen Victoria's car at the time. The uncle of the Tuileries Palace is mostly friendly towards himself. Thinking of this, Jerome Patterson couldn't help but feel a little more favorable towards the uncle he was about to meet, and was also full of expectations for his future. Brigadier General Fleury, who was standing on the side, saw this and raised the Emperor's image appropriately. "Your Majesty knows that you are coming, and specially ordered me to bring this carriage over. On weekdays, His Majesty himself rides." "Yeah." Jerome Patterson was a little more curious about the uncle in his heart. Afterwards, Jerome Patterson invited Fleury to ride with him in the carriage. After repeated refusals, Brigadier General Fleury was still unable to beat Jerome Patterson and agreed to ride with Jerome Patterson. On the way in the carriage, Jerome Patterson, who was obsessed with trying to please the ruler of Bonaparte, always inquired about Jerome Bonaparte's character and preferences. He sat opposite Jerome Patterson. Brigadier General Fleury responded cautiously to Jerome Patterson's question. The journey from the port to the temporary platform was not far, and the convoy soon arrived at the temporary platform near the Calais train station. At this time, the temporary platform was full of soldiers, and around them were boxes of goods waiting to be loaded. The steam train sitting on the rails stayed silently on the rails. Behind it, in addition to one passenger carriage, the rest are the wagons responsible for loading goods. After Jerome Patterson's carriage arrived, the soldiers began to load the carriage, and boxes of goods were carried by the soldiers and stacked in the cargo hold of the train. Jerome Patterson and Brigadier General Fleury and others got off the train, handed the carriage to the soldiers at the station, and sat in the passenger carriage behind the steam train. After all the goods were loaded, the soldiers drove the carriage into the cargo compartment and closed the door. With a loud whistle coming from the steam locomotive, a large amount of white smoke was ejected from the locomotive. The powerful power generated by the internal steam pushed the piston in the cylinder to start reciprocating motion. The steam locomotive started slowly, and the speed increased sooner. Jerome Patterson, who was sitting in the carriage, asked curiously what kind of goods were loaded in the following boxes of wagons. Fleury, who did not dare to perceive the real situation as Jerome Patterson, could only vaguely answer that it was a specialty of the Calais region. For such a response, Jerome Patterson was obviously unwilling to believe it. However, since Fleury was unwilling to tell the truth, Jerome Patterson was obviously unwilling to continue to ask questions. Right now, his identity is still relatively sensitive, and knowing too many things is not good. The train was speeding on the tracks at a speed of more than 40 km per hour, and Jerome Patterson arrived in Paris that night. Jerome Patterson, who got off the train at Paris train station, was told by Fleury to take him to the mansion of Street. "Your Majesty, aren't you at the Tuileries Palace?" Jerome Patterson asked Brigadier General Fleury with a puzzled expression. Looking at this cute and silly air in front of him, Brigadier General Fleury responded reluctantly, "Your Majesty's role is not good for you, so I chose to meet you there. The owner of that mansion is His Majesty's sister Margaret, Princess Tilda, your aunt." "I see." Jerome Patterson nodded to show his understanding. The carriage departed from the Paris temporary railway station and entered the inner ring of Paris following the flow of the Seine River, and soon came to the gate of the Saint Germain residence. At this time, at the gate of Saint Gratian's mansion, 2 exquisite gas lamps were burning vigorously, and the light spread out from the light blue flame core to illuminate the road at the gate of Saint Gratian's mansion. Standing at the door and looking towards the garden inside the fence, I could vaguely see the stars coming from the mansion in the distance. There is Jerome Patterson's destination, the mansion of Saint Gratian. Led by Fleury, Jerome Patterson slowly crossed a cobblestone road, listening to the crickets chirping from the grass on both sides of the road. Dong. Dong dong. Jerome Patterson, who came to the main entrance of Saint Gratian's mansion, knocked gently on the door. Not long after, a woman in a maid's costume stood at the gate. She glanced at Jerome Patterson and Brigadier General Fleury, then bowed and said, "You are Mr. Jerome Patterson?" "Yeah, I am." Jerome Patterson nodded and responded to the maid in front of him, "Please, come with me." The maid invited Jerome Patterson into the mansion, and then asked Fleury if he wanted to go in too. Fleury decisively refused the invitation to enter the mansion, turned and disappeared into the darkness. Fleury's departure made Jerome Patterson feel a little more fearful. He followed the maid into the second floor of the mansion, and could only comfort himself in his heart. It was just a routine meeting. Just like when he met the Duke of Wellington with his grandmother. Just when Jerome Patterson was stunned, the voice of the maid came from Jerome Patterson's ear. "The princess and the prince are inside." Oh. Jerome Patterson nodded stupidly and watched the maid leave. After a while, Jerome Patterson slowly pushed open the door, and his mood returned to normal from anxiety. An old man and a woman in her 30s appeared in the eyes of Jerome Patterson. Through the words of the maid just now. Read1.com. Jerome Pat immediately understood that the 2 people in front of him were Jerome Patterson's grandfather Prince Montfort and aunt Princess Mathilde. A look of kindness and a look of hostility in the other. Jerome Patterson, who had just entered the room, was immediately greeted by Mathilde Bonaparte. Mathilde said to Jerome Patterson with undisguised arrogance, "Are you Jerome Patterson? That woman's grandson?" Facing the domineering aunt, Jerome Patterson couldn't help but feel a little angry. Just when he was about to counterattack Mathilde with the same attitude, Grandma's words came to his mind again, and he could only secretly suppress that humiliation and respond to Mathilde with humility. "My name is Jerome Patterson. My grandma's name is Elizabeth Patterson. Child, come here and let me see." Prince Montfort, who was in sharp contrast to the mean Mathilde, said to Jerome Patterson in a trembling voice. Jerome Patterson obeyed Prince Montfort's order and came to him. Prince Montfort looked at the grandson, who looked somewhat similar to him, and through Jerome Patterson's pair of pupils that were somewhat similar to Elizabeth, he once again recalled himself decades ago. The scene of abandoning Elizabeth Patterson made me feel a little more pity in my heart. Good boy. You've worked hard this way," Prince Montfort said to Jerome Patterson with a trill, while holding Jerome Patterson's hand. "It's nothing." Jerome Patterson responded to Prince Montfort, half squatting. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392, New Appointment. Father, are you really going to let this asterisk join the Bonaparte family? Just when Jerome Patterson played the role of grandfather and grandson, Mathilde's sarcastic sarcasm once again reached the ears of Prince Montfort and Jerome Patterson. Jerome Patterson and Prince Montfort both looked a little ugly, especially Jerome Patterson, who had always been told by his grandmother that he was a member of the orthodox Bonaparte family. Although this so-called orthodox Bonaparte is a little bit more watery, and he also knows that his identity must be approved by the emperor, but Mathild's naked exposure of scars makes Jerome Patterson angry sad again. How can you talk like that? Prince Montfort said to Mathild in a trembling voice. Anyway, you are also his aunt. I don't have such a nephew. Mathild did not show any sympathy for Prince Montfort and Jerome Patterson, and she pointed at Jerome Patterson with her poisonous tongue full of firepower. Said, His Majesty has admitted that he is not a member of the Bonaparte family. But, my mother, your grandmother has accepted them. Prince Montfort wanted to defend Jerome Patterson. My grandmother did accept him, but that doesn't mean I want to accept him. Mathild said mercilessly. How many difficulties and setbacks we have experienced along the way to get to where we are today, and what about them? Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Shamelessly approaching us after our victory. Enough. Jerome Patterson interrupted Mathild's bitter words with an angry voice. With the rebellious character of the Bonaparte family in his bones, he couldn't continue to endure Mathild's groundless blame. He got up and said to Mathild, Aunt Mathild, well, allow me to call you that. My father and I, my grandmother, weren't as shameless as you say. We didn't ask you to give us what. I'm here only because of my grandmother's entreaties and my uncle's letters. No matter how much you deny it, I'm always a member of the Bonaparte family. I'm for what I have bloodline, proud of the surname you have. After speaking, Jerome Patterson raised his chest and showed no fear. Just as Mathild and Jerome Patterson were in a tense confrontation, applause came from outside the open door. Along with the applause came the figures of Emperor Jerome Bonaparte and Queen Augusta. Seeing this, Jerome Patterson hurriedly saluted Jerome Bonaparte. Mathild also nodded slightly to her younger brother. To show respect for the Emperor, Jerome Bonaparte took Augusta's hand into the room and said to Prince Montfort and Mathild in the room, Father, sister. Then, he glanced at Jerome Patterson again and praised unabashedly, Not bad. Not bad. What a talent, your Majesty. Mathild wanted to say something to Jerome Bonaparte upon seeing this. I know what you're going to say, sister. Jerome Bonaparte raised his hand to stop Mathild, and then wanted to speak, but he patted lightly in front of Jerome Patterson. He patted Jerome Patterson on the shoulder, turned his head, and said to Mathild, We can't impose the problems caused by the father on a child. If we encountered problems like him, what should we do? Mathild didn't speak, and glared at her asterisk. Father Prince Montfort also showed an embarrassed smile, and he also complained about his elder brother, Emperor Napoleon. If it wasn't for him, his family wouldn't be in such trouble. I will keep in mind the help you and your father have given to our cause. The help that Jerome Bonaparte said was when he used the influence of Jerome Patterson and his son in the United States in California, Asia, looking for gold mines. If it wasn't for the help of their father and son at the beginning, it would have been difficult for Jerome Bonaparte to start the follow-up operation. Now the whole of California has become a paradise for speculators, and the gold mine in Melbourne has further stimulated the mining of California and the formation of the gold bubble. With the growing bubble of gold mines, Societe Generale has been sending capital back to France after discounting it in gold. As long as the gold mine bubble in California explodes, those poor leaks in the United States will enjoy the ruthless harvest of international capital. It can be said that the contribution of the Jerome Patterson family to France far exceeds their demands. This is what we should do. Jerome Pat responded humbly. Speak. What do you want? I can satisfy you. Jerome Bonaparte asked Jerome Patterson. Although he said he understood what Jerome Patterson wanted, it was better for them to say some questions themselves. I hope to join the Bonaparte family, Jerome Patterson said without hesitation. Seeing this, Mathild wanted to say something, but she took a small half step forward without saying a word, and then backed up again. After a moment of silence, Jerome Bonaparte said again, Yes. Mathild showed a shocked expression, and Jerome Patterson and Prince Montfort showed smiles at the same time. My hard work has finally paid off. Jerome Patterson couldn't help but feel fortunate to be able to join the Bonaparte family. However, Jerome Bonaparte's next sentence knocked him from heaven to earth. I only allow you to regain the Bonaparte surname. Your father, my brother, you can't be a member of the Bonaparte family. Your grandmother will not be my father's real wife. You will only have the last place in the line of inheritance. Will you follow what I say, Jerome? Bonaparte only allowed Jerome Patterson to become a member of the Bonaparte family, and he also deprived him of the right of succession. Originally, in terms of sequential succession, if Jerome Bonaparte had no children, Jerome Patterson would be the first legitimate heir. This kind of punishment is undoubtedly unbearable for an ordinary member of the Bonaparte family, but Jerome Patterson just thought for a moment, then nodded and agreed to Jerome Bonaparte's conditions. Very good. Jerome Bonaparte patted Jerome Patterson on the shoulder and said, "From today, you are part of the Bonaparte family. When the family meeting starts tomorrow, I will announce this decision in public." Then, Jerome Bonaparte ordered Edgarny, who was standing at the door, to arrange Jerome Patterson at the Élysée Palace. Edgarny, Mathilde, and Prince Montfort showed varying degrees of surprise on their faces. Then, Edgarny left with Jerome Patterson. Prince Montfort also followed closely behind. Only a sulking Princess Mathilde and the couple Jerome Bonaparte were left at the scene. Mathilde, who saw no one around, began to complain. "It's alright now. I've become a wicked person, and you have become a good person. Are you satisfied?" Jerome Bonaparte lost the majesty he had in front of Jerome Patterson before. He came to Mathilde with a smile on his face and invited Mathilde to sit down. "Sister, I know that you have some grievances and complaints in your heart, but we must face this matter." Jerome Bonaparte painstakingly reassured Mathilde. "Your face is to let an outsider join the Bonaparte family?" Mathilde said to Jerome Bonaparte with a stubborn neck. "Sometimes, outsiders are better than our own family." Jerome Bonaparte said helplessly, "It's not like you don't know what kind of fellows our relatives are. The ability is worse than the other. Not to mention, I still don't know myself at all. I always think that we buried them, as long as they have a little ability. I will not let them idle, and now I finally come out with a slightly qualified guy. I can't let it go. No need." A qualified guy? Mathilde looked suspiciously at Jerome Bonaparte. Riyadh1.com. That kid Jerome Patterson is not bad. At least much better than those guys. I'm going to nurture him a little bit," said Jerome Bonaparte to Mathilde. Hearing Jerome Bonaparte's words, Mathilde persuaded with a serious face, "You two are still young. You don't need to. Where do you want to go?" Jerome Bonaparte responded, dumbfounded, "I have no plans to train him as a successor. I just want him to have the ability to stand on his own, just like my uncle and those uncles back then." "Same. That's good." Mathilde nodded in response. After the three talked for a long time, Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta left the mansion. Sitting in the carriage, Jerome Bonaparte said to Augusta beside him, "Tomorrow's family meeting, I have to work for you." "It's nothing." Augusta smiled sweetly and then rested her head on Jerome Bonaparte's shoulder. The next day, the Bonaparte family began meeting under the auspices of Morny, the Lord of the Seals. Jerome Bonaparte announced in public that Jerome Patterson had joined the Bonaparte family. Although some of the people present expressed their disapproval, they generally chose to acquiesce. After the meeting, Augusta once again invited female members of the Bonaparte family to bridge the gap within the Bonaparte family by means of lady diplomacy. The entire Bonaparte family is still running smoothly. On June 7th, Jerome Bonaparte called Jerome Patterson to the Tuileries Palace. Chapter 393, War is imminent. "Patterson, how are you doing recently? Do you have any plans for your future?" Jerome Bonaparte, who called Jerome Patterson from the Élysée Palace to the Tuileries Palace, asked him about his future plans in a cordial but dignified tone. Although Jerome Bonaparte had already arranged the next plan for Patterson in his heart, he still wanted to hear the plan of this nephew who came from the New World. "Your Majesty, I hope you can approve me to join the French army and serve the Empire." Jerome Patterson answered Jerome Bonaparte with his chest raised. After several days of careful observation on the banks of the Seine and Paris train stations, Jerome Patterson felt that the whole of Paris seemed to be in the midst of a highly tense mobilization, and there would be different trains and freighters every day. Between Paris and the provinces, every train and freighter was loaded with goods. This atmosphere made Jerome Patterson recall the scenes of the Mexican-American War 7 years ago. Jerome Patterson, who was living in New York at the time, was very young, but he would never forget the scene at that time. Therefore, Jerome Patterson concluded that the French Empire is likely to face a war derived from Bonaparte's competitive genes, and the ranger style developed from listening to the adventure stories of cowboys in the New World since childhood. Jerome Patterson did not want to miss this upcoming war. Even if Jerome Bonaparte hadn't asked Jerome Patterson what he wanted to do, he would have found a suitable moment to explain his aspirations to Jerome Bonaparte. Hearing Jerome Patterson's words, Jerome Bonaparte was silent for a moment, and then said with a serious expression without a trace of emotion, "War is no child's play. It is one group versus another group. Bloody collision, hundreds of thousands of people fighting each other in dozens of kilometers. Once the war starts, I will never allow anyone to withdraw from this war for any reason. Even if you are my nephew." Jerome Bonaparte paused for a moment and changed his words. "No, it is because you are my nephew. I will send you to the troops with a higher mortality rate during the war, to accept the baptism of the war. Trust me. There, you will see the comrades who accompany each other day and night being stabbed by the bayonet of each other, hear the painful groans of teammates, and smell the disgusting smell of feces, blood and brains. Tell me, can you live with this? If you can't, then you'd better stay behind me obediently. Otherwise, on the battlefield, no one can tolerate you." Jerome Bonaparte's words did not make the hot-blooded young man flinch. Jerome Patterson, who yearned for war in his bones, gave Jerome Bonaparte a standard military salute and replied in a sonorous tone, "I promise you, no matter what happens, I will not back down. I will take responsibility for my actions." "Very good." Jerome Bonaparte smiled. He was even more satisfied with the nephew in front of him. Now he just needs a member of the Bonaparte family to help him manage the army. He doesn't care if Jerome Patterson really understands war. He just needs to show the people of Paris and the army that the Bonaparte family is side by side with them. If the empire had not been in a completely stable stage, Jerome Bonaparte would have considered learning from his uncle and led the army to attack the Russian Empire. In this war with no suspense, as long as France's subjective initiative is fully exerted, the Russian Imperial Army is no match for France at all. Furthermore, the reason why Jerome Bonaparte perfected the system of the general staff was not to be able to better help him make decisions and to select qualified chiefs of staff to assist him. By the way, Jerome Bonaparte is far inferior to the generals in Paris in terms of strategy and tactics, but his own advantage lies in his control over the direction of future wars. To seize this will also seize the lifeblood of future wars. Imagine that when you are using the previous generation of technology to fight, the opponent has used half or a version of your weapon to fight against it. As long as the opposing ruler knocks you down in one fell swoop before you change. Then again, Jerome Bonaparte's very good made Jerome Patterson excited, and he cautiously and tentatively asked, "So you agreed?" "That's right." Jerome Bonaparte pointed at Jerome Patterson and said, "You are now appointed as a French dragoon with the rank of second lieutenant." "That's great." Jerome Patterson's face filled with a joyous smile again. This silly boy with heroic dreams in his head has already imagined the scene of himself wearing a breastplate and galloping through the battlefield to kill the enemy. "Your Majesty, where are my troops now?" "So eager to return to the team?" Jerome Bonaparte said with a chuckle. "Of course. I can't wait to defeat the enemy for you and for the empire." Jerome Bonaparte said with a straight chest without fear. "The spirit is worth encouraging." Jerome Bonaparte was quite satisfied with Jerome Patterson's mental state and then changed the conversation. "However, your mission now is not to go to the military camp. Then what am I going to do now?" Jerome Patterson asked Jerome Bonaparte again. "You will now supervise the railway bonds for a period of time in my place." Jerome Bonaparte told Jerome Patterson about the railway bonds. Jerome Patterson's expression changed from excitement to hesitation. Although he had also been exposed to some financial knowledge during his time in the New World, those who only had skins, and it was really difficult for some strongmen to let a person who only knew skins supervise a huge amount of railway bonds. "Your Majesty, I have not learned about the management of railway bonds," Jerome Patterson said to Jerome Bonaparte in a low tone. "Don't worry. I have ordered Barouche, the Minister of Railways, to assist you. In fact, what you need to do is to prevent someone from making a mess of Prince Lucien Murat's name. Jerome Bonaparte told Jerome Bonaparte. Patterson replied. Although Lucien Murat himself did not do anything to get over the line during his tenure as a senator, there is no guarantee that he will not be tempted by billions of francs of railway bonds. If by chance he stumbles in private, Jerome Bonaparte will have a hard time ending. A stun like Jerome Patterson is indeed an excellent surveillance tool. After the war began, Jerome Bonaparte took control of the railway bonds himself, but Jerome Patterson still hesitated. From the look on his face, he doesn't seem to want to take the position. Don't worry. When the war begins, I will naturally recruit someone to take your place and transfer you to the battlefield. Jerome Bonaparte said to Jerome Patterson. I would like to take this position, said Jerome Patterson to Jerome Bonaparte. Okay. You can report to the Ministry of Railways now. I have already said hello to the Minister of Railways Baroche in advance. Jerome Bonaparte patted Jerome Patterson on the shoulder and said earnestly, when you get there, if you encounter problems you don't understand, you should communicate with them more. Learning more will always be beneficial. Feeling Jerome Bonaparte's ardent concern for Jerome Patterson's heart, he made up his mind to help his uncle maintain the operation of the railway bonds. Understood. Go. Jerome Bonaparte gently pushed Jerome Patterson. Jerome Patterson took a few straight steps back and then gave ordinary Bonaparte a standard military salute. Jerome Bonaparte also saluted Jerome Patterson. Not long after Jerome Patterson left, there was another knock on the door outside the study. Jerome Bonaparte, who was correcting documents, raised his head and responded to the door. Come in. The door was pushed open, and Vernier in a black suit appeared at the door of the room, took small steps to Jerome Bonaparte, and gently picked Jerome Bonaparte with her slender white fingers. Bonaparte's jaw point in the office. Jerome Bonaparte raised his head and looked at the little guy who pretended to be an adult. He smiled dotingly and said, "What's wrong?" Seeing this, Vernier sat down on Jerome Bonaparte's lap, pressed his back tightly to Jerome Bonaparte's chest, and spoke to Jerome Bonaparte in a drowsy tone. He said loudly, "I can't come to you if I have nothing to do. I'm your secretary anyway, Jerome." Bonaparte wrapped Vernier around his waist with one hand, while the other hand gently stroked Vernier's hair and said softly, "You still know you are a secretary." "Why don't I know?" Vernier pouted and said to Jerome Bonaparte with an unhappy expression on his face, "I can always be a supervisor for you, okay? My little overseer." Jerome Bonaparte squeezed Vernier's mellow face again in a wicked way. "Do you have any good news to tell me?" "How do you know?" Vernier raised his head and looked at Jerome Bonaparte in surprise. Riyadh1.com. Then what else can you do here? Jerome Bonaparte replied to Vernier with a shrug. "I can't come here to see you." Vernier responded with a whimper. "Okay. Don't make trouble." Jerome Bonaparte put both hands on Vernier's waist and asked softly, placing his head on Vernier's earlobe, "Is it the North Industries Group? There's something new out there." "Yeah." Vernier, who felt the heat coming from her earlobe, showed a slight rosy face. She nodded and said to Jerome Bonaparte, "Basilio, let me tell you, the new field gun that they were asked to develop, they have done it." Chapter 394, Big Napoleon Cannon. After hearing the report from Vernier, Jerome Bonaparte was suspicious. It has only been more than half a year since he gave the order to study the new field artillery. For Jerome Bonaparte, who is preparing to participate in the Crimean War, this news is really both joyful and sad. He was happy for France to have more firepower, but also worried about the subsequent production of artillery. You must know that France has now entered a state of industrial mobilization, and all human material resources and the distribution of the assembly line are properly adjusted according to the previously allocated plan. The birth of a new type of artillery must have undergone numerous experiments before being reported to Jerome Bonaparte. It can be said that when Jerome Bonaparte learned the news of the completion of the new type of artillery, the new type of field artillery must have been it is a finished product for which Jerome Bonaparte has to open up a new production line. Now all the military factories are full of production capacity, and some factories are even overloaded, and it is impossible to open up a new production line for the new artillery. There is only one way to forcibly start production, and that is to suspend some of the less important things first, and then recruit people to build a new artillery production line. However, workers will inevitably have some break in time when facing the new artillery, and the production capacity will inevitably be lower than before. It takes a lot of time to go back and forth. This is the trouble of happiness. Did the Ministry of War know about this before you told me the news? Jerome Bonaparte asked Vernier. I don't know about this. Vernier shook his head and responded to Jerome Bonaparte, then added, however, I think Basilio should have informed them. Alas. Jerome Bonaparte sighed, then lightly tapped Vernier's forehead with his finger and reprimanded intimately, you little idiot. You can't do this well. Hey. Vernier stuck out a tongue playfully without refuting, since Basilio has been developed, then I'll go take a look. Jerome Bonaparte decided to take a look at the quality of the new artillery. Vernier got up from Jerome Bonaparte, and Jerome Bonaparte also got up. To go out point the two walked hand in hand in the corridor of the Tuileries Palace. Vernier stood up proudly, and also showed a proud look on his face point when the two walked from the study to the living room. Mocker appeared in front of Jerome Bonaparte again. Find a carriage, I'm going to Paris Narinko. Jerome Bonaparte gave Mocker an order in a succinct manner. Yes. Mocker immediately nodded at Jerome Bonaparte and left. Jerome Bonaparte, who was standing at the Tuileries Palace, and waited for a moment, saw Mocker once again. At this time, Mocker still put on a humbly posture, and said to Jerome Bonaparte, Your Majesty, the carriage you want is ready. Let's go. Jerome Bonaparte replied to Vernier beside him. Vernier and Jerome Bonaparte boarded a carriage with guard dragoons on both sides. Some guard dragoons would asterisk Jerome Bonaparte to the North Industries Group. Jerome Bonaparte, who was in the carriage, closed his eyes and quietly felt the subtle sound of the carriage moving. Vernier, who was sitting beside Jerome Bonaparte, buried his head in Jerome. On the thigh of Jim Bonaparte. After nearly half an hour's journey, the carriage finally came to the outskirts of Paris. No, it should be said that the Paris Narinko Group is located on the periphery of the 12th arrondissement of Paris. Paris North Industries Group is already outside the 12th district, even according to the map after the expansion in 1860. The location of Paris North Industries Group is also in the suburbs. The carriage slowly stopped at the gate of the North Industries Group. After several retired veterans standing at the gate saw the line of guard dragoons, they hurriedly trotted to the dragoons to salute. In the carriage, Jerome Bonaparte felt the carriage stop, immediately opened his eyes, and glanced at the barren land outside the window, and then gently shook the slacker lying on his lap. Don't make trouble. Vernier made a reluctant voice, and she stretched out her hand, and waved around randomly. Wake up. We are here. Jerome Bonaparte leaned over to Vernier's ear, and bit Vernier's earlobe lightly. Vernier, who felt the numbness and pain in her ears, made a voice, and she quickly woke up from Jerome Bonaparte's thigh. You're awake. Jerome Bonaparte said with a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. Vernier rolled a glance at Jerome Bonaparte, then slightly adjusted the wrinkled clothes and said angrily, Your Majesty, let's go. Yeah. Jerome Bonaparte took Vernier's arm and the two walked out of the carriage together. When Jerome Bonaparte and Vernier got out of the carriage, the veterans present saluted Jerome Bonaparte. These veterans who lived in the barracks for more than 10 years thought they would be with the army all their lives, or when they died in a battle, Jerome Bonaparte rescued them from the quagmire and give them jobs. Let this group of veterans who only know killing in the first half of their lives can integrate into French society with a new look in the second half of their lives. For them, leaving the French army was a complete rebirth point, and for the French army, without these veterans who have spoiled recruits all day, the spirit of the entire recruits has changed significantly. The result, both for veterans and for the military, is a winning situation. It can be said to be a win-win. Of course, the only losers are those state-owned enterprises, some private enterprises, and local governments affiliated to France, who must shoulder the employment arrangements for veterans after they have retired. In the face of these veterans who had fought for France, Jerome Bonaparte also returned the salute to them. Afterwards, Basilio, general manager of Narinko, went out in person to greet Jerome Bonaparte. Under the leadership of Basilio, Jerome Bonaparte once again entered the interior of the industrial park. At this time, the North Industrial Group Park has been nearly doubled compared to the previous one. In addition to the production of steel and firearms, the industrial park has also added production lines such as steam locomotives, steam hammers, artillery, and cannons. With no less than 5,000 workers. People point the workers in the Norinco group in the upstream and downstream industrial chains in Paris can not only enjoy the right to a 10-hour working system, but also their housing is free, a dense apartment for more than 10 people, and they enjoy meager subsidies for meals. These are all measures that Jerome Bonaparte forced to implement. It can be said that the workers of the entire factory are full of gratitude to Jerome Bonaparte. In their eyes, Jerome Bonaparte saw light for the first time. Jerome Bonaparte, who briefly talked with the workers for a while, felt the vitality in the workers' words, and a smile appeared on his face again. Although he can't change the whole face of work in France, Jerome Bonaparte still has the power to improve the system and appearance of state-owned enterprises and enterprises under his control. After leaving the workers, Jerome Bonaparte listened to Basilio's report to him. Your Majesty, the park plan will continue to expand in the next year. To enable it to accommodate more workers, our industry will further develop. The refinement is complete. Halfway through his words, Jerome Bonaparte sternly interrupted Basilio's next words. You did not report this plan to me, but to yourself. What I need to see is the result. The industrial park may not make a lot of money, but you have to promise me that these people will not lose their jobs. Do you understand? Understood. Basilio immediately understood what Jerome Bonaparte meant. The first task of the Paris Norinco group was to ensure that there would be no large-scale unemployment. Okay. Now take me to see it. Your newly designed artillery. Jerome Bonaparte directly stated his intention without any nonsense. Please, come with me. It may take some time. Under the leadership of Basilio, Jerome Bonaparte walked on foot for more than half an hour, and finally came to the test shooting range about 3 kilometers away from the park point. At this time, there were 2 officers standing on the shooting range, one of whom was holding a telescope. Point in front of them is a bronze-colored field artillery. In terms of style alone, the artillery is somewhat similar to the M1841 artillery of the French active troops. Riyadh1.com. Jerome Bonaparte picked up his pace and soon arrived in front of the artillery. The artillerymen who were standing in front of the artillery and were about to stuff the shells into the barrels were immediately stunned when they saw Jerome Bonaparte point. When the 2 officers saw this, they also came to Jerome Bonaparte and reported loudly, Your Majesty. Yeah. Jerome Bonaparte glanced at the 2 officers. One of them was the director of logistics, Neil, and the other was the director of the ordnance department. Then, Jerome Bonaparte continued to examine the cannon in front of him, stroking the body of the cannon lightly with his hands from time to time. This is a 12-pounder field gun, right? Jerome Bonaparte asked the artilleryman on the side point. After being stunned for a moment, the artilleryman looked at Basilio subconsciously and only reacted after being hinted by Basilio's eyes, and immediately responded, This is indeed a 12-pound field gun. We improved it on the basis of the original 1841 artillery. That's right, the artillery in front of you is the Napoleon M1857 artillery launched by Future in 1857, which is called the Big Napoleon Cannon. Chapter 395, Expensive Big Napoleon Cannon. Looking at the 12-pound field bronze cannon, which symbolized the pinnacle of the French front bore cannon, Jerome Bonaparte's thoughts seemed to return to a summer in his previous life. At that time, he was reading an online novel called Lingao Kaiming. Although he can't remember the contents clearly now, the only thing that left an impression on him was the 2 baboons in the hands of Lingao 500 baboons. Put 19th century weapons. With these 2 weapons, the 500 baboons were a dimensionality reduction blow to the end of the Ming dynasty. It's just that the 500 baboons are far more important to the internal struggle than the external war, because of the continuous infighting of human beings since the beginning of their birth. As for these 2 weapons, one of them is the Mignet gun currently in service in France, and the other is a large Napoleon cannon that was placed in front of Jerome Bonaparte. At that time, in order to satisfy his curiosity, he deliberately pulled the drawings of the Napoleon cannon from the internet, as well as the launch video. Now, when the real object of the big Napoleon cannon was placed in front of him, Jerome Bonaparte only felt an inexplicable trance welling up in his heart. Time has passed, and there is no going back. Thinking of this, Jerome Bonaparte could not help but sigh. Just when Jerome Bonaparte was thinking about hometown, Vernia, who was standing on the side, noticed the strangeness of Jerome Bonaparte, and she whispered to Jerome Bonaparte, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." A shout pulled Jerome Bonaparte down from his memory, and he gave an apologetic smile to the slightly nervous artilleryman in front of him. Then, he asked the people around him kindly, "Can any of you introduce this artillery to me?" Basilio, who was standing behind Jerome Bonaparte, glanced at the team of field artillery engineers behind him, and gestured with his eyes to one of the chief design engineers. To explain the structure of the new artillery point, the engineer who received the hint from Basilio's eyes immediately understood what he meant. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to Jerome Bonaparte. "Your Majesty, let me introduce the structure of this artillery to you. You are its creator?" Jerome Bonaparte looked up and down the engineer in front of him. Judging from his old face, straight body, and calluses on the asterisk of his right hand, the engineer should have come out of the army. "It's not just me." The engineer smiled shyly and added, "There are more than 10 people in our team, and they are all creators of this gun." "Okay, that's you," said Jerome Bonaparte, pointing to the engineer. The engineer adjusted his state, came to the front of the 12-pound bronze gun with a stern face, stroked the bronze gun body and said, "This gun is a 12-pound field gun that we have improved and designed based on the original 6-pound field gun. The caliber is 114 mm, which is a full 21 mm more than the 6-pounder field gun. The 6-pound bronze gun has a caliber of 93 mm. The large caliber barrel allows the entire gun to hold 12 pounds, 5.44 kilograms, of heavy iron. Cannonballs only 2 pounds and 50 pence, 1.13 kilograms, of standard propellant is required to push a 12-pound projectile at an extremely fast 439 m/s speed. When the muzzle is at a firing angle of 5 degrees from the horizontal, the precise distance about 1480 meters or so. When the muzzle is 10 degrees from the horizontal, the precise shooting distance can reach about 1880 meters. 1880 meters. Jerome Bonaparte touched his chin while thinking about the data of the Napoleon cannon in his mind. After a long time, Jerome Bonaparte said again, "As far as I know, the maximum range of a 6-pound field gun is only about 1,300 meters. Right? That's right." The engineer responded without hesitation, "And when the distance from the target is about 200 meters, the power of the 6-pound field gun will decrease, and its power cannot even penetrate half a company column, while the 12-pound field gun enough to penetrate the entire company column at a distance of 550 meters. What about the weight?" Jerome Bonaparte asked again. Facing the endless problems of Jerome Bonaparte, the engineer has obviously made full preparations. In terms of weight, the total weight of the whole gun is 1109 kilograms. If the 5 ammunition boxes in the trailer are added, it is about 1750 kilograms. Although it is much heavier than the previous 6-pounder, it is also greatly enhanced. Besides, the weight of this field gun is much lighter than that of the siege cannon. "Sounds not bad," Jerome Bonaparte responded, and then changed the conversation. "However, after hearing so much of what you said here, I wonder if it is possible to carry out a live fire. After all, what you hear with your ears is not necessarily true. Only what you see with your own eyes can be true." "Of course," the engineer replied without hesitation. "The reason why the artillery was moved to the shooting range today is not to let the military people see if they have cheated. However, the arrival of the emperor forced the live ammunition to be suspended. Since the emperor said that they can start, then they don't have to worry about other issues. Let's start." The engineer nodded to the 2 live fire artillerymen beside him. The 2 artillerymen immediately began to move. After receiving the order of the engineer, one of the artillerymen took the worm that was placed next to the gun mount and then pushed the worm into the muzzle to scrape the debris left in the barrel of the previous shot. After the skilled artilleryman scraped out the debris at a rapid speed, another artilleryman put the wet sponge into the inner chamber of the artillery for secondary cleaning. The wet sponge can clean out the hot debris that has not been removed from the worm. After 2 wet sponge cleanings, the standard 2.5-pound propellant was wrapped in a nylon bag and stuffed into the gun's bore. Immediately after that, Heavy solid shells weighing 12 pounds were shoved into the chamber with difficulty. Finally, a guide rod is used to plug the solid shell and standard propellant into the correct position of the gun body. For a skilled artilleryman, the entire process takes only 30 seconds. However, these two artillerymen took more than 40 seconds. Obviously some skills are not enough. When everything was ready, the engineer turned to ask Jerome Bonaparte if he wanted to take a shot himself. Jerome Bonaparte, who was willing to love hot weapons, naturally would not miss this opportunity. He slowly released Vernier's hand and came to the front of the big Napoleon cannon. "Your Majesty, you just need to pull here." Since the big Napoleon cannon uses the principle of pulling the rope, and the small Napoleon cannon uses the principle of lead wire, in order to prevent Jerome Bonaparte from being embarrassed, the engineer thoughtfully said to Jerome Bonaparte, pointing to the drawstring of the big Napoleon cannon. Jerome Bonaparte grabbed the white drawstring lightly, and was now on the side of the big Napoleon cannon. Jerome Bonaparte was very clear about the recoil of the Napoleonic cannon in front of him. Then, Jerome Bonaparte pulled hard. With the roar like thunder, the muzzle of the big Napoleon cannon formed a circle of white smoke similar to a cone. This shape of smoke is what can only be produced when the cannonball breaks through the sound barrier. The solid artillery shell that broke the sound barrier sprinted straight ahead in a smashing stance, and 700 meters in front of it, there happened to be a group of dummies woven from straw. A few seconds later, the shells with slightly reduced speed rushed into the pile of scarecrows like tigers descending the mountain. 1, 2, 3. More than a dozen scarecrows were knocked down by a solid cannonball that went forward in no time at all. If all the cannonballs were converted into real people, the entire scene would be covered in blood. The artillery shell that destroyed nearly a company column of scarecrow soldiers continued to fly, and then crashed into the forest behind the scarecrow. A dull sound came from the forest nearly 1 kilometer away from Jerome Bonaparte. The birds living in the woods took off quickly after being frightened, presenting a scene of galloping birds. "Not bad." Jerome Bonaparte nodded in satisfaction, then turned and asked Nia, "What do you think? As far as the power of the artillery is concerned, it's really good." Neil was also very satisfied with the big Napoleon cannon, and then he added, "It would be even better if the price could be reduced a bit." "Huh? What's the price of this artillery?" Jerome Bonaparte realized that the price of this artillery might not be cheap. Just by looking at the amount of bronze used in the artillery itself, it is known that the total price of an artillery plus the labor costs of the workers is likely to be more than 2,000 francs. What is the concept of 2,000 francs? This is equivalent to the total cost of a family of 3 workers in Paris for a year. Our offer is 2,500 francs. The engineer told Jerome Bonaparte the price. After Jerome Bonaparte heard the engineer's offer, he took a deep breath. The price of 2,500 francs is equivalent to the money that 2 ordinary workers can earn in a year. Riyadh1.com. Now it takes 2 workers a year to build such a gun, which is really hot. Roma Bonaparte felt a little pain in the flesh. Moreover, it is not enough to buy 1 artillery piece, but to buy hundreds or thousands of them. In this way, the cost of the early stage artillery and shells is at least 5 million francs. Can it be a little cheaper? Jerome Bonaparte had no worries at all. This was his own business, and he discussed it openly with the engineer. The engineer looked at Basilio helplessly. He really didn't know what to say. Basilio, who was originally standing in the back, walked to the front and said to Jerome Bonaparte, "Your Majesty, 2,500 francs is already the best price we can give the military. If we are doing foreign trade, like this artillery, at least 3,000 francs are needed. Is there really no way to get any cheaper?" Jerome Bonaparte asked again. "Let's do it," Basilio said to Jerome Bonaparte, as if he had made a great determination. 2,400 francs per gun. It can't be less. This is already a small profit, but a quick turnover. Chapter 396. Breech block and rifled gun. What do you two think? Jerome Bonaparte turned to look at the director of logistics, Neil, and the director of the ordnance department. On such issues, Jerome Bonaparte did not want to impose his ideas on the Ministry of War. In the eyes of Jerome Bonaparte, the effective service life of this large Napoleon cannon is only 7 to 8 years. It is entirely to meet the expedient measures of France's insufficient firepower during the Crimean War. The future development direction of France is not on the expensive bronze smoothbore guns, but on the more durable large caliber steel rifled gun. It is on the breech gun with qualified air tightness. Jerome Bonaparte has decided that after the Crimea is over, the French army will carry out a step-by-step change plan, and the breech gun will gradually replace the front breech gun point. If the French logistics department has not developed a suitable breech gun, it is a big deal to imitate some Dries needle guns for the French army to use first. Only if the French army used breech guns earlier, it could summarize the formation of breech guns earlier. Otherwise, the formation of holding breech guns and using front-loading guns will make people laugh and be generous. If the Ministry of War did not want to buy it because it was too expensive, Jerome Bonaparte would naturally not ask for something because it was his factory point. The big deal is to secretly sell it to Sardinia and Naples, and it is also a good choice for the slave owners of the New World on the other side of the ocean. Over time, the slave owners of the South were bound to discover that they had no chance of reconciliation with the North Point at that time. It is bound to seek outside assistance. France will then be able to export their Napoleonic cannons to them. As long as the Southern slave owners are rich enough, they can play a more brilliant record than in history. General Robert E. Lee's troops into Philadelphia would be possible. Of course, all of this is just a rosy future imagined by Jerome Bonaparte. The most important thing at the moment is whether the purchasing group of the War Department is willing to pay for the big Napoleon cannon. After thinking for a moment, Neil subconsciously glanced at Jerome Bonaparte. Don't care about my opinion. If you think this will be helpful for the war, then buy it with confidence. Jerome Bonaparte relieved Neil of his concerns with his words. After pondering for a long time, Neil said, "Mr. Basilio, can you guarantee the delivery of 300 artillery pieces within 3 months? This?" Basilio hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "If the War Department is willing to assist me in planning, I can deliver 300 artillery pieces in March, yes. However, your company may have to authorize a group of artillery manufacturers." Neil nodded and agreed to Basilio's request. No problem. Basilio resolutely agreed to Neil's condition. Afterwards, several of the people present took their own hands to test the shooting. Before leaving the shooting test site, Basilio and Neil, who returned to the headquarters of Norinco, signed a contract to purchase Norinco artillery under the witness of Jerome Bonaparte. The Ministry of War purchased a total of 1,212 pound field guns from the North Industries Group. The price of each field gun was 2,380 francs. Basilio lowered the price again, which is 2.856 million francs in total. Moreover, the first batch of 300 artillery pieces must meet within a month, and there can be no continuation. Next, Neil signed an order for artillery peripherals of 3 million francs with Basilio, including standard custom flames, solid shells, grape shells and so on. This order of nearly 6 million francs is enough to feed the North Industries Group and all the arsenals in the upstream and downstream industrial chains of the industrial group. As soon as the cannon goes off, gold is worth 20,000 taels. Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help but sighed as he watched 6 million francs complete under his nose. The Crimean War has not yet begun, and the mobilization of the early workstations alone has cost tens of millions of francs. Although it was said that these tens of millions of francs were the money of the state, Jerome Bonaparte still felt a little distressed. However, the thought of securing employment made Jerome Bonaparte feel a little better. "Your Majesty, all our efforts will be found in Russia," Near comforted Jerome Bonaparte. "Yeah. Basilio also helped. As long as the empire defeats the Russian Empire, then all our losses can be made up." "I hope so," said Jerome Bonaparte helplessly, shrugging his shoulders. Neil, who signed the agreement, did not stop there too much. He said goodbye to Jerome Bonaparte in a hurry. He immediately returned to the War Department with the director of the Ordnance Department and told the Minister of the Procurement accused Montauban. Jerome Bonaparte showed no signs of wanting to leave. He ordered Basilio to call all the staff responsible for the development of artillery here, and he wanted to hold a small meeting for them. Basilio immediately began to act, and after a while, he found all the members of the artillery research and development team in the North Industries Group. After seeing Jerome Bonaparte's first glance, these R&D team members showed different expressions. Some people's faces were filled with joy, as if they were waiting for Jerome Bonaparte's praise. The people were a little nervous, as if they had done something wrong. Looking at the group of artillery experts in front of him, a smile appeared on Jerome Bonaparte's face, and he said kindly, "Everyone, I have no other intention of asking Basilio to call you here. First of all, congratulations on the order from the Ministry of War you won with your excellent design." After speaking, Jerome Bonaparte applauded everyone present, and Basilio quickly applauded upon seeing this. Proud expressions appeared on the faces of the R&D team members present, and the emperor applauded them, which was something they could never imagine in their dreams. After the applause ended, Jerome Bonaparte said again, "Although your design is very good this time, the capabilities of the field gun have been significantly improved compared to before, but you have overlooked a big problem." Jerome Bonaparte paused and continued, "You are ignoring the cost issue. It costs more than 2,500 francs to buy one gun, more than 25,000 francs for 10 guns, and 250,000 francs for 100 guns. Only a country as wealthy as France can use it. Your artillery is not only used in France, but also exported to all parts of the world. How many people are willing to spend 2,500 francs on this thing?" Speaking of this, the members of the R&D team present lowered their heads and thought, "Of course, I understand. Bronze itself is of high quality, and the cost of casting one is likely to be more than 2,000 francs. Jerome Bonaparte did not criticize blindly, but said from their point of view, "So second hope you can use other materials, such as steel, which has been reduced in price, as the material for the artillery." One of the developers immediately understood what Jerome Bonaparte meant, and he hurriedly asked, "Your Majesty, do you want us to make artillery that can be fired from the breech?" "That's right." Jerome Bonaparte nodded to the developers and said, "The shells fired from the breech are more time saving than those fired from the front. The barrel made of steel can be added with rifling to make it more durable stable ability. However, there is a certain airtightness problem with the shells fired from the breech." Researcher The replied to Jerome Bonaparte point the breech guns and breech guns of this era have hidden dangers of airtightness. If these problems are not solved, there is no way to make a qualified artillery point. Jerome Bonaparte naturally had a strategy to deal with this problem of R&D personnel. "Can we add a breech to the rear of the breech gun?" Jerome Bonaparte persuaded the breech. The R&D staff looked at Jerome Bonaparte suspiciously. "That's right. The breech block makes the entire artillery form a closed environment when it is fired to reduce gas leakage," Jerome Bonaparte said to the R&D staff present, and then asked Basilio next to him. "Oh, found a blank sheet of paper and a pen for him." Basilio quickly found paper and pen for Jerome Bonaparte. Under everyone's attention, Jerome Bonaparte recalled the wedge-type breech block of the Krupp C-73 artillery that he had seen on a forum in his previous life. As an artillery enthusiast at the time, he also made a small model of the C-73 Krupp gun. According to the artillerist drawings, it can be said that the first wedge breech block of the C-73 artillery has been deeply imprinted in his soul. While thinking about the appearance of the C-73 breech, when he assembled the model in his previous life, Jerome Bonaparte hung various structural diagrams of the C-73 breech on the paper.Riyadh1.com. The surrounding R&D personnel are even more impressive. He didn't even dare to catch his breath, staring intently at Jerome Bonaparte's drawings. Jerome Bonaparte thought while drawing, and after spending about an hour, he finally copied the most essential wedge-type breech block of the Krupp cannon from his mind. "That's right. That's it." Jerome Bonaparte looked at the draft-like cross-sectional view of the wedge-type breech block in his hand, as well as the composition diagram of each department, and modestly with satisfaction. This is all he can do, and the rest needs to be handed over to their professionals. The R&D staff present looked at the diagram of the wedge-shaped breech block in Jerome Bonaparte's hands as if enchanted. They couldn't believe that a politician who governed a country knew more about artillery than them. Their pride as artillery developers was ruthlessly defeated by Jerome Bonaparte. "How is it feasible?" Jerome Bonaparte asked the R&D staff present. None of the researchers present said a word, and their eyes were still fixed on the wedge-type breech block, as if every structure of the wedge-type breech block was imprinted in their minds. Chapter 397. Various research progress. After a while, one of the many R&D personnel raised his head and replied to Jerome Bonaparte, "Your Majesty, we cannot give you a satisfactory answer now, but from what I have learned about artillery for many years, this breech block has the potential to change the entire artillery development." Speaking of this, he paused and continued, "However, a lot of experiments are still needed." Hearing the words of the R&D staff, Jerome Bonaparte nodded with satisfaction and responded, "I know that a mature artillery needs to be improved and adjusted many times before it can be used in the battlefield. Therefore, I'm also willing to give it to you. Enough time to finish. However, you must assure me, the next product that comes out must shoot farther than this one. I once heard a proverb, caliber is justice, range is truth. Point back then, the First Empire relied on powerful artillery to attack the whole of Europe. I hope you can also inherit the wishes of your fathers and send artillery shells to their positions when the enemy still does not find us. Do you understand?" "Understood." Everyone present responded to Jerome Bonaparte in unison. It can be seen from their facial reactions that they can't wait for the next round of artillery research. For this group of weapons nerds and patriots, there is nothing more intriguing than making weapons and defending their homeland. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte solemnly handed the design drawings of the wedge breech to the leader of the research and development team and instructed him not to circulate the drawings. The leader of the research and development team, who held the manuscript of the wedge-type breech in both hands, also solemnly assured Jerome Bonaparte that he would do his best to develop the latest model of artillery for France. The R&D team left the room with the encouragement of Jerome Bonaparte. Only Jerome Bonaparte and Basilio were left in the room. Try to meet their needs. They are the future of our France. The treatment should not be less at all, and people should not be allowed to do things with passion. Recalling that a certain research institute in a previous life forced half of the researchers back to operate, Jerome Bonaparte once again urged Basilio to improve the treatment of R&D personnel immediately. "I will do my best." Basilio naturally understood the importance that Jerome Bonaparte placed on artillery research, and he hurriedly responded to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte, who had temporarily solved the artillery problem, turned to ask about the situation of the rifle R&D team. "How is the situation of the rifle R&D team?" "Not very good." Basilio shook his head and responded to Jerome Bonaparte. "Is it impossible to solve the airtightness of the breech gun? Or is it impossible to design a gun with a longer range?" Jerome Bonaparte asked again. "Both." Basilio replied to Jerome Bonaparte, and then he told Jerome Bonaparte the doubts in his heart. "I have heard about those research and development. The members of the group said that if the breech gun cannot solve the airtightness, the power of the bullets fired will be greatly reduced. Although it is said that the firing speed of the breech gun is indeed faster than the original, but after a few times, it is necessary to clean up the unburned gunpowder in the gun. From this point of view, the comprehensive ability of the breech gun is actually similar to that of the breech gun." Basilio rambled a lot about the shortcomings of the breech gun, which made Jerome Bonaparte feel an inexplicable annoyance in his heart. "What are you trying to say?" Jerome Bonaparte asked in a slightly bored tone. "Your Majesty, should we consider improving the breech gun instead of stepping into a field we are not familiar with?" Basilio asked carefully. "We have many excellent employees in the breech gun field, all of whom have ability to improve the breech gun. I can tell you clearly that the existing Mignet is already the pinnacle of the breech gun, and the starting point of the breech gun has just begun. I can bet you that the future must be the world of the breech gun. It is better to take this opportunity to develop a breech gun with better performance." Jerome Bonaparte criticized Basilio and others for their conservatism and rifles in a stern tone. Thought he understood that in this day and age, not just one Basilio, but thousands of fellows like Basilio. It is blunt to say that in the whole of Europe except Prussia, all countries are the supporters of the front and rear guns, and this huge force is even more fierce than the battle between the front and rear guns. Jerome Bonaparte had to fight with determination against the throngs of muskets. In order to express his support for breech guns, Jerome Bonaparte said bluntly to Basilio, "You tell the members of the rifle development team, if anyone does not want to study breech guns, then they can leave now. Team, stop babbling and disrupting the progress of the project. Without them, I don't believe that no one wants to study breech guns. Facing the uncompromising Jerome Bonaparte, Basilio naturally did not dare to say a word for them. He immediately assured Jerome Bonaparte that he would definitely convey his request to them. After the rifle incident came to an end, Jerome Bonaparte turned to inquire about Pasteur's research progress. How is Professor Pasteur's cholera and typhoid research going? Jerome Bonaparte turned to ask Basilio about the injury and cholera point. Now the pace of the war is getting closer and closer. Once the army enters the Varna area, it is likely to face acclimatization, which will lead to the emergence of diseases such as cholera point. Historically, there have been more large-scale non-combat attritions of the British and French coalition forces than combat attritions. Jerome Bonaparte did not want his own army to die on the battlefield, but died in the barracks. Since the military reform in December last year, Jerome Bonaparte has issued regulations to the military hospitals in the barracks. For example, medical equipment should be disinfected with hot boiling water, lime water should be used for isolation during cholera, and patients should be managed separately. Regular disinfection during the working period of doctors and other measures that later generations seem to be accustomed to point. Although these regulations may not necessarily be implemented by many people, at least they can let medical staff know how to deal with the problem at the most critical time point. Minimizing non-combat attrition as much as possible is the ultimate goal of Jerome Bonaparte. Pasteur's research is the last shackle of Jerome Bonaparte's **** for the army. Professor Pasteur's research is in the final stage. I believe it won't be long before we can completely overcome typhoid and cholera. Speaking of Pasteur, Basilio's words were filled with respect. Cholera and typhoid, two diseases that have plagued Europe for countless years and killed millions of people in Europe, are actually in a small research institute, a bad university professor and dozens of obscure researchers under the leadership of. It will be conquered in less than 2 years. Although some sacrifices are inevitable during the study of the principle of germs and the manufacture of qualified vaccines. For the whole of France, this is an unprecedented miracle point, and Basilio was the one who witnessed this miracle. Thinking of this, Basilio couldn't help but be filled with pride. At the same time, he is also full of awe for Jerome Bonaparte. His Majesty the Emperor always proves his truth with repeated actions. People like this, damn it, why did I question your Majesty's decision just now? Jerome Bonaparte suddenly discovered that Basilio's gaze towards him was not just admiration, but even a hint of fanaticism. Your Majesty, do you need me to call Pasteur to interview you? Basilio said to Jerome Bonaparte with a more modest attitude. This is no use. Jerome Bonaparte rejected Basilio's suggestion, and then added, you must continue to meet all Pasteur's needs. If there is any need that you cannot meet, you can also report directly to me. Yes, Basilio responded with a sonorous voice. After explaining all the questions, Jerome Bonaparte once again took Vernier's hand, and under the asterisk of Basilio, he got into the carriage that had come over and left. On the way back to the Tuileries, Jerome Bonaparte pondered the right person to make a breech gun point. Jerome Bonaparte, who had thought about it all the way, finally thought of a gun genius when he took the first step out of the carriage, although he was still young. It did not prevent Jerome Bonaparte from digging him up. I figured it out. Jerome Bonaparte shouted excitedly, and then stepped on the air. If the fast-eyed Vernier had grabbed his arm, Jerome Bonaparte would have almost escaped from the carriage. Fell down. With the help of Vernier, Jerome Bonaparte, who was barely standing still, had not had time to express his thanks to Vernier. Riyadh1.com. He excitedly took Vernier's hand and entered the Tuileries Palace. Where is the Queen? Jerome Bonaparte, who entered the Tuileries Palace, couldn't wait to ask Mocha, the room where Queen Augusta was. Your Majesty, the Queen is drinking tea with Madame Mercury said to Jerome Bonaparte. Never mind, take me there now. Jerome Bonaparte said to Mocha, looking at the overexcited emperor in front of him. Mocha could only follow the emperor's order and bring him to the door of the room where the Queen was. Your Majesty, the Queen is inside. Mocha pointed to the door of the room and said to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte immediately pushed open the door. After the room was opened, the scene inside made Jerome Bonaparte's fiery heart instantly drop to freezing point. Because the entire room was not only limited to Augusta and his wife, but also some people whom Jerome Bonaparte did not want to see. His Majesty Chapter 398. Royal Arsenal burned off. His Majesty, Queen Augusta looked at Jerome Bonaparte, who had rushed in with a puzzled expression, and then turned her gaze to Vernier, who was behind Jerome Bonaparte. At this moment, Vernier timidly let go of Jerome Bonaparte's arm like a chicken seeing an eagle, and Jerome Bonaparte's eyes never left the two ladies sitting beside Augusta, since he just entered the room. The identities of these two ladies were too special. One of them was a Marquise d'Alès, the lover of Jerome Bonaparte, who had not been in contact for a long time, and the other was also his good friend Eugenie. All three of them had a relationship with Jerome Bonaparte, but now they can sit together calmly, which is really beyond Jerome Bonaparte's expectations. However, when Jerome Bonaparte turned his gaze to the surroundings, centered on these three, he also found a pretty big-breasted Madame Walewski, and a plain-looking man who was deeply impressed by Morena's favorite lady, and Valentine Osman, the daughter of a high-ranking official Osman. Apart from these three, the rest of the people, Jerome Bonaparte, basically didn't know much, and some of them were just a one-sided relationship. Looking at the couple, Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help showing a wry smile. Mocker is right. He really shouldn't disturb them at this time. Your Majesty, what happened? Augusta asked Jerome Bonaparte generously. It's nothing, Jerome Bonaparte said without hesitation. He felt that it would be better not to say this kind of thing in public. Queen Augusta naturally also saw that Jerome Bonaparte was hiding something and did not say it. She immediately said to Jerome Bonaparte, "Then, Your Majesty, I don't know if you would like it or not join us." Jerome Bonaparte was about to refuse, but found the resentful expression on the Marquise d'Alès and the sharp-edged eyes of Madame Eugenie. The words of refusal were immediately swallowed in his stomach. Turned to nod and said, "Of course I'm willing to accompany you angels to chat. Then come here." Augusta waved to Jerome Bonaparte with her pale arms outstretched. She was wearing a long white court dress like an elf walking out of a painting. The Marquise and Eugenie next to her were wearing dark black and pale yellow dresses, like two roses with thorns. Jerome Bonaparte had to enter the room, and Vernier also followed closely. The maid in charge of serving the lady hurriedly moved a chair for Jerome Bonaparte. One of the chairs was placed between Queen Augusta and Eugenie, and the other chair was placed between Mrs. Walewski and Mrs. Molny. At the moment, Jerome Bonaparte had to bite the bullet and sit on the chair near Augusta, while Vernier sat between the two ladies. When Jerome Bonaparte sat down, the conversation started again, and the air seemed to be filled with a strong smell of the five-sol field of gunpowder. Jerome Bonaparte, who was in it, could only bite the bullet and sit down. In order to become a little transparent, he could only pretend to be busy and take a coffee from time to time and take a sip. Guided by Augusta, the ladies began to discuss literature and ancient Greek philosophy. These things have no problem at all for the nobles who have been systematically studied, but for Eugenie, it is like listening to heaven. This naked rejection made Eugenie feel an indescribable humiliation, and several times he wanted to leave directly. However, Eugenie knew that at court she was not a petty person, so she had to keep her mouth shut. At this moment, a voice came to Eugenie's ear. "Well, here it is." A peeled apple was placed in front of Eugenie, and the owner of the apple was none other than Jerome Bonaparte. "Thank you." Eugenie cast a grateful look at Jerome Bonaparte. This move of Jerome Bonaparte is equivalent to attracting all the firepower to him. You must know that sitting next to the emperor is his orthodox wife Augusta, who initiated the isolation of Eugenie. Sure enough, when Jerome Bonaparte said these words, everyone's eyes subconsciously glanced at Jerome Bonaparte. Go on. Go on." Jerome Bonaparte waved his hand casually and added, "Anyway, I don't understand what you're talking about. Every noble lady present has an exquisite heart." Jerome Bonaparte, who was born with an orthodox royal education, would not understand these things. All he did was to attract firepower to Eugenie. For a time, the ladies present were envious of Eugenie. It was an honor to be able to make the most powerful person in the whole of France willingly to save her from the siege. The lady in Mu Qiang's mind actually hopes that she can replace Eugenie's ecological niche. Under the force of Jerome Bonaparte, Augusta had no choice but to give Jerome Bonaparte a face. The topic changed from the original philosophy to the ordinary gossip news, and now Eugenie was able to integrate into it again. Jerome Bonaparte was also relieved in his heart. He didn't take on the scum all these years, and he could easily face a crisis. As time passed, the sun had set on the top of the mountain, and the light in the room was getting darker and darker. The maid immediately lit the candle on the ceiling. Under the brilliance of the candle, the Lady of Augusta chatted more and more vigorously. Jerome Bonaparte didn't say a word since the moment he cleared the siege. He just repeated the simple actions of cutting an apple and handing it to the people around him and drinking coffee. First Augusta, then the Marquise of Alais, and then Vernier. Jerome Bonaparte provided the four of them with as much convenience as possible. As for the rest, Jerome Bonaparte paid no attention to him. Even if he had seen Madame Walewski and Valentine Osman wink at him several times and try to seduce him. Time passed quickly, and it came to 7 o'clock in the evening, and the afternoon tea party that lasted for nearly 4 or 5 hours finally ended. Just when Jerome Bonaparte thought everything was over, Eugenia's unexpected action directly shattered Jerome Bonaparte's remaining fluke, and stood up side by side with Jerome Bonaparte. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Jerome Bonaparte lightly on the lips, then said, "Thank you very much, Your Majesty." Then, Eugenie left the room without looking back. Jerome Bonaparte could only endure the lady's eyes full of meaning, licking her lips, and dryly said, "A special way of parting. Goodbye, Your Majesty." Afterwards, the Marquise of Alais also came to Jerome Bonaparte and kissed Jerome Bonaparte again. This time, it was different from Eugenia's kiss. And the long wet kiss, Jerome Bonaparte could even feel the unbridled stirring of the Marquise Alais in Jerome Bonaparte's mouth point for a time. Jerome Bonaparte was reluctant to part ways, but when he thought of the real wife beside him, Jerome Bonaparte could only part with the Marquise. The Marquise, whose mouth was stained with crystal clear saliva, also left, and Queen Augusta's face became a little ugly. "Your Majesty." Madame Walewski walked up to Jerome Bonaparte with a smile, and Jerome Bonaparte subconsciously took a small step back. Immediately afterwards, Madame Walewski asked Jerome Bonaparte, half jokingly, if there was a kiss goodbye. Jerome Bonaparte resolutely refused, and then perfunctorily licked Madame Walewski's arm lightly. With a look of disappointment on Mrs. Walewski's face, she curtsied to Queen Augusta and left. Next. Whether it was Madame Morn or Valentine Horseman, Jerome Bonaparte kissed the back of their hands as usual. Afterwards, they also saluted Augusta and left. When it was Vernier's turn, Jerome Bonaparte just lightly kissed the little the forehead, and then flicked her forehead lightly. When only Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta were left in the room, Augusta asked, "Your Majesty, what are you looking for from me?" "That's it." Seeing that Augusta didn't bother about what happened before, Jerome Bonaparte said directly to Augusta, "Do you know the Eberndorf Royal Arsenal?" "Eberndorf Royal Arsenal?" Augusta thought for a moment. Riyadh1.com and immediately replied, "Are you talking about the arsenal that my grandfather built?" Eberndorf Royal Arsenal, founded by King Frederick I of Württemberg, is a factory dedicated to developing weapons for Prussia. "That's right. Can you tell my uncle, your father, to transfer the arsenal to me?" Jerome Bonaparte asked Queen Augusta. "I can give 10, no, 1 million francs to buy." 1 million francs. Queen Augusta showed a surprised expression. According to her understanding, the value of this arsenal was less than $500,000. Augusta, who knew her husband, immediately realized that the arsenal might be extraordinary. "Does that arsenal have what you want? How do you say it?" Jerome Bonaparte scratched his head and said to Augusta, "Now I need a group of skilled workers who are familiar with the Dresden needle gun, and the arsenal in Eberndorf just meets this demand." Augusta looked at Jerome Bonaparte with a serious expression, and she nodded. "If you really need, I can personally return to Württemberg to negotiate with my father." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399, Metternich to Paris. If that's the case, then all the better. Augusta's answer made Jerome Bonaparte look happy, and the rash merger is likely to cause a stress response from the Prussian side. Augusta returned to Württemberg in the name of going home to visit relatives, and then negotiated with his uncle and old husband about the transfer of the Eberndorf Royal Arsenal, so that all the workers in the arsenal could be transferred to him without knowing it within France. Looking at Jerome Bonaparte with a coquettish expression on his face, Augusta glared at Jerome Bonaparte and said angrily, "Did you have a plan?" "No. No. Absolutely not." Jerome Bonaparte immediately denied it. "This is your suggestion." "Oh. Really?" Augusta looked suspiciously at Jerome Bonaparte. She seemed to want to see some clues from him. "Really?" Jerome Bonaparte vowed to Augusta. "Actually, I don't want you to go to Württemberg. You manage a huge court by yourself. If you leave, I will. Who is going to run the Tuileries, big and small? You can find your two confidants." Augusta looked around the room and then said to Jerome Bonaparte in a resentful tone, "I believe they are very willing to leave when I leave. Be the mistress of the Tuileries. How is that possible?" Jerome Bonaparte immediately stated his position and complimented Augusta. "Where are the two of them capable of managing the Tuileries Palace? The Tuileries Palace still depends on you. Come. I hope you can do what you say." Augusta didn't believe what Jerome Bonaparte said, and she immediately shouted at the door. Vernier, who was lying at the door eavesdropping, trembled slightly when she heard the shouts in the room. She didn't want to be involved in the war between the Emperor and the Queen. And from a certain point of view, Vernier is still Queen Augusta's little follower, and all her actions to get close to the Emperor are officially approved by the Queen. Yes. Vernier replied subconsciously at the other end of the door. Immediately, she realized that she had made a mistake. The Queen inside the door should not know that she was outside the door, and her voice directly exposed herself. "Don't eavesdrop. Come in." Queen Augusta's voice came to the door again, and Vernier could only open the door tremblingly and enter the room. Vernier, who entered the room, straightened her body and came to Queen Augusta and asked, "Your Majesty, what do you need me to do for you?" "Vernier, while I'm away, the whole court will be handed over to you." Queen Augusta patted Vernier's shoulder and exhorted, and then specially emphasized, "Don't let your Majesty bring some unreasonable things. The woman of the fourth is here." But Vernier looked timidly at Jerome Bonaparte. She did not dare to interfere in the Emperor's private life at all. After all, Vernier wasn't the Emperor's orthodox wife either. "Don't worry. With me behind you, he doesn't dare to do anything to you." Queen Augusta assured Vernier. Then, Augusta's eyes fell on the pair of huge asterisk of Vernier, and said with a little jealousy, "Besides, he is not willing to do anything to you." Now, Vernier next to her also noticed Queen Augusta's gaze, and she subconsciously covered her chest with her hands. "The affairs of the palace will be handed over to you first. Remember, you must not let some people in." Queen Augusta emphasized her words carefully. "Please rest assured, I will definitely complete the task," Vernier assured Queen Augusta. For the next 2 days, Queen Augusta has been preparing the things she needs to prepare for her first return home. Jerome Bonaparte also informed the Württemberg envoy Augusta in advance of the news of his return to Württemberg. Upon hearing the news, the Württemberg consensus first showed a shocked expression, as if something extraordinary was about to happen, and then euphemistically instilled in Jerome Bonaparte the concept of love and affection between husband and wife. Jerome Bonaparte looked at the envoy of Württemberg with a bewildered expression. After a long time, he understood what the envoy of Württemberg meant. It turned out that the envoy of Württemberg misunderstood what Jerome Bonaparte meant. He also thought that Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta separated due to the conflict between husband and wife. Queen returned to Württemberg with the consent of Jerome Bonaparte because she missed her brothers and sisters in the kingdom of Württemberg too much. After listening to Jerome Bonaparte's explanation, the envoy of Württemberg breathed a sigh of relief and then assured Jerome Bonaparte that the kingdom of Württemberg would welcome the Queen's return home. On June 10th, the Queen of the Second French Empire, Augusta, went into battle lightly and was about to leave for home, but only some ministers knew that Augusta had returned to her parents' home. On the evening of the 10th, Jerome Bonaparte sent Queen Augusta to a temporary train station outside Paris. Queen Augusta will take the train to Strasbourg and then cross Strasbourg to Germany. When arriving in Germany, the cavalry of the royal family of Württemberg will go to meet them. After Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta kissed their last goodbyes at the train station, Augusta got on the train and was about to leave. Just as the train was about to start, Jerome Bonaparte seemed to remember something immediately, and he suddenly shouted at Augusta in the carriage, "Remember, make sure to name the factory named William Morse with him." Pulmore's people brought them back. They are a pair of brothers. With the disappearance of the sound, the train gradually moved into the distance and disappeared into the night. Jerome Bonaparte took advantage of the night to come to the banks of the Seine, looking at the river that flows continuously under the moonlight, as well as the newly repaired place on the banks of the Seine. Jerome Bonaparte has a smile on his face. He is alive, but for more than 30,000 days, he will leave his own traces in this world. On June 11th. A message from Vienna reached Paris via a telegram from the French embassy in Vienna. The telegram stated, in view of the increasing tension in the Balkans, Austria has decided to send a mission to France, the ostensible purpose of which is to mediate the conflict between the Russian Empire and the French Empire. The member of the mission is the unknown Richard Metternich. According to the telegram, the embassy will arrive in Paris on June 18th, and the Paris side should be prepared to respond. Jerome Bonaparte, who received the telegram, once again called the Minister of Foreign Affairs, de Roos. What is the Austrian Empire trying to do? Jerome Bonaparte slapped the telegram on the table with a pretense of anger and said to de Roos, they are mobilizing in the Danube Valley and sending a mission. Do they really think that it is still Metternich's time? Your Majesty, I think the most likely reason for the Austrian embassy to arrive in Paris is to negotiate with France. De Roos, a senior pro-Austrian faction, expressed his opinion to Jerome Bonaparte. What? Do they want to negotiate with France? Are they going to take a step back? It's impossible. Jerome Bonaparte said firmly, you should understand that now France has begun to mobilize. We can't stop this war machine unless the Russian Empire falls in front of the Empire. The French Empire can also devour the Russian Empire's established share in the Ottomans and follow up cooperation with the Russian Empire. Then you have to take a tough attitude to meet the envoy of the Austrian Empire. De Lewis of course understood the predicament the Empire was facing now. It turned out to be a taut bowstring, and stopping halfway would only lead to the destruction of the bow and arrows break. You mean we persuaded the Austrian Empire to stand on our side? Jerome Bonaparte asked de Roos. No, Your Majesty, we just need to keep them neutral. De Roos responded to Jerome Bonaparte. Austria's neutrality means a betrayal of the Russian Empire. Austria's neutrality means betrayal of Russia. Just when de Roos said this sentence, in the thousands of miles away in the Lombardy region, in a speeding train, an overaged old man wearing a fiery red priest's robe, he said the same thing to the young man beside him. Father, are we going to help the Russian Empire in this war? The young man asked with a puzzled look at the old man beside him. No. We have to try our best to prevent the war from happening. The old man said to the young man beside him in an old and haggard voice who .read1.com and then added, although our prevention may in vain. If we can't stop the war, where should we stand? The young man said again. We have to stand on the side of the winner. The old man responded to the young man without hesitation. Who will be the victor then? The young man asked again. France has the leading army in Europe, and Britain has the largest navy in the world. If the two of them join forces, there is no other country in this world that can stop them. There was a trace of sadness in the old man's eyes. He was thinking for himself, saddened by the gradual decline of the empire to which one's allegiance fell. With the strength of the Russian Empire, they are no match for them at all. Isn't this a betrayal of Russia? After the war, the Russian Empire may. The young man grieved over the fate of the post-war empire. Now that the empire has reached the most critical time, we can't accompany Russia to die. As for the future, that's the future. The old man said with a sigh. Chapter 400, The Impending Collapse of the Vienna System. The old and young people sitting on the train were none other than Prince Metternich, who had dominated Europe for more than 30 years, and his son Richard Metternich. Why did he appear here? Who was supposed to be an advisor by Emperor Franz Joseph's side, and Richard Metternich stayed together, which involved the diplomatic differences of the Austrian Empire. After Felix Schwarzenberg suffered a sustainable stroke, the foreign minister of the Austrian Empire changed from Felix Schwarzenberg to Count Bauer, and Austrian foreign policy changed accordingly. During Felix Schwarzenberg's time, the foreign policy of the Austrian Empire was based on a strategy, based on the premise of ensuring the security of the Austrian Empire and weakening Prussia. The two countries, France and Russia, were also drawn in and suppressed at the same time. Balance of European power. This kind of diplomatic strategy undoubtedly requires superb diplomacy. Throughout the entire Austrian diplomatic field, the only person who can control and grasp the proportions is Felix Schwarzenberg, and only Prince Metternich is left. However, after Felix Schwarzenberg suffered a stroke, Metternich, who should have succeeded Schwarzenberg as the foreign minister, was still only able to participate in the diplomacy of the empire in the form of an advisor. The most fundamental reason is that Prince Metternich's political foundation has been completely destroyed in the storm in 1848. Now he has nothing but the treatment that some old ministers should have. It can be said which faction in the political arena of the Austrian Empire is today. Neither wants to see Metternich make a comeback. The era that belonged to Metternich in their opinion had passed with the European Revolution. If it wasn't for Felix Schwarzenberg's protection, when he suffered a stroke, Metternich would not be able to participate in any political activity at all. Even Felix Schwarzenberg was able to protect Metternich, and Metternich only got a power of advice and implementation, and the specific policy making. Power was not controlled by Metternich. Of course, it is also not controlled by Count Bauer. In Metternich's view, Count Bauer is the emperor's answer, and the emperor's diplomatic strategy is always swaying. This swaying diplomatic thinking made the Austrian Empire lose the opportunity to mediate. After the Ottoman negotiations broke down, and the news of the suspected mobilization of France came, Franz Joseph woke up and asked Metternich's strategy. When the East and West camps were about to take shape, Metternich could only go to Paris to test the attitude of the French emperor and then make the next step. To avoid overly stimulating the Russian Empire, the Austrian Empire did not add Metternich to the list of mediators dispatched to France. It was only when the train was about to depart that Prince Metternich entered the train to Lombardy. On June 13th, Metternich, Richard Metternich and others changed to Sardinia and trained to Nice. Prince Metternich, who entered the territory of Sardinia, has been frowning after hearing the topics discussed by the guests at the Sardinian railway station. Sitting in the carriage, Richard Metternich asked in a low voice why Metternich was worried. "I seem to have done something wrong." Prince Metternich sighed and said to Richard Metternich beside him, "What?" Richard Metternich asked curiously. "At the time, I paid too much attention to France, so much that I forgot about the Apennine region. I should have thought that the Apennine region would be the same as the original Germany." Prince Metternich's same as Germany refers to the surging Italian nationalist movement. In order to limit the possible revolutionary problems in France, Metternich not only returned all the territory of the Sardinian dynasty to Sardinia, but also handed over the Republic of Genoa to Sardinia, thus making Sardinia a country with a middle power. With the rise of Italian nationalism, the Sardinian kingdom is getting more and more restless. Sardinia, who had been a vassal of Austria, immediately joined France. Not only Sardinia, but even the kingdom of the Two Sicilies is moving closer to France, not to mention the Papal State. Today, the entire Apennine Peninsula is shrouded in the shadow of France and Austria. As long as either of the two giant beasts attacked the other, the entire Apennine would probably be wiped out. Of course, there is also a possibility that a certain state in Italy will use the power of one of the giant beasts to unify the entire Apennine Peninsula. In that case, the situation for the Austrian Empire would be even more difficult. "Father, it's not your fault." At that time, no one would have thought of what would happen decades later. Richard Metternich comforted his father, Prince Metternich. "We go to France, not only to undertake the task of mediation, but also to make peace with France." Prince Metternich said worriedly to Richard Metternich, "If Austria and France fight, Austria is very likely to lose the Lombardy and Venice that we have worked so hard to gain. At that time, the fate of the entire Austrian Empire will be thrown into chaos." Yes. Although Richard Metternich didn't understand what Metternich was worried about, it didn't prevent him from obeying his father's orders. Richard Metternich himself was far less accomplished in diplomacy than his father. On the evening of June 14th, the train arrived in Nice. Richard Metternich and several members of the mission crossed the border in a carriage to France. Afterwards, Richard Metternich and others transferred to the carriage and arrived at Lyon in the Southern Transit Center on the afternoon of the 15th. In Lyon, Prince Metternich made a new discovery. Many goods were unloaded in Lyon. The streets were full of patrolling National Guard troops, and pedestrians hurriedly walked on the streets. In Metternich's eyes, the whole of Lyon has become a huge military camp. When Metternich, who left Lyon by train, looked out of the carriage, He subconsciously saw the soldiers at the Lion military train station and the wagons full of supplies parked in the military train station. This time, Prince Metternich is even less optimistic about the prospect of mediation. How could France in such a situation be willing to listen to the demands of the Austrian Empire for mediation? Now we can only take one step at a time. On the afternoon of June 17th, Richard Metternich and Metternich officially arrived in Paris. The Loki father and son and the mission arrived in the Austrian embassy in France quietly. After seeing Prince Metternich, the Austrian ambassador showed a surprised expression, then held Prince Metternich's hand and said excitedly, "Your Excellency, how come you are here?" "I came here under His Majesty's order, in order to adjust the relationship between the Russian Empire and the French Empire." "How is the situation in the French Empire now?" Prince Metternich, who had just entered the embassy, turned to ask the Austrian ambassador about the recent trends in France. The Austrian ambassador told Prince Metternich everything he had learned. Combining what he saw at the Lion train station and a description of the Austrian ambassador, Prince Metternich came to a bold conjecture: France is fully prepared for war. "Your Excellency, I don't think the Empire can mediate the conflict between Russia and France. Maybe we should consider which side we are on," the Austrian ambassador said to Metternich with a sad face. "If you don't think about it, I'm afraid I know." Jerome Bonaparte raised his hand to stop what the Austrian ambassador wanted to say next. "Tomorrow, I will meet de Roos." Just as Metternich and others were discussing the future of Austria, Jerome Bonaparte of the Tuileries Palace also received information from the National Intelligence Service. The intelligence said that not only Richard Metternich, but also Prince Metternich was in the Austrian embassy. It seems that it is not Richard Metternich who came to mediate this time, but Prince Metternich. Jerome Bonaparte shook his head and said to Marshal Yale next to him. Marshal Yale did not speak, but quietly listened to Jerome Bonaparte's words. "That's fine. I just want to see what kind of surprises the outstanding people of the previous era can bring me." Jerome Bonaparte continued to talk to himself with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Afterwards, he turned his head and waved to Marshal Yerrig. "Okay, you've worked hard too." "Yes." Marshal Yerrig left Jerome Bonaparte's study. On June 18th, when Richard Metternich and Prince Metternich went to visit de Roos at the residence of Foreign Minister de Roos, they were in the residence of de Roos. "I saw someone who wasn't supposed to be here, Your Majesty." Prince Metternich and Richard Metternich curtsy to Jerome Bonaparte. "Mr. Metternich, Mr. Richard Metternich, please sit down." Jerome Bonaparte invited Metternich and Richard Metternich to sit down. When Metternich and his son were seated, Jerome Bonaparte went straight to the point. "Mr. Metternich, I know that your purpose is to mediate the contradiction between Russia and France. I'm very grateful to the Austrian Empire for the peace of the European continent. Contribution www.riyadh1.com. But I can regret to tell you. Your mediation efforts are destined to be futile. If the Russian Empire does not stop their aggressive ambitions for the Ottoman Empire, the French Empire will never stop the pace of war. Together with the Kingdom of Britain, we will destroy the evil Russian Empire." Hearing Jerome Bonaparte's declaration of war, Metternich pulled his face, and he said coldly, "Your Majesty, you remind me of the man who rejected decades ago my suggestion like this." As soon as Metternich's voice fell, de Louis's expression also changed. Whoever was present did not know that that person in Metternich's mouth was the original Emperor Napoleon. The former Metternich advised Emperor Napoleon to end the war in a decent way, that is, to withdraw from the lands conquered by France in a way that France recognized the interests of other countries in exchange for the rule of the Bonaparte family in France. Emperor Napoleon at the time rejected his proposal and fought his way, eventually ending up on an island and perishing. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.